Chapter 404. Few people knew that there was a flower on Lonely Mountain in Lin. But those who knew the existence of this flower always kept it in mind. If one kept thinking about it, there would be an echo. Deity firmly believed in this truth. How long this flower existed was equal to how long it had taken root in the depths of his heart. This was one of the things he once wanted the most. Now he didn't need this flower anymore. But he could give this flower to others. He didn't need it, but he needed it. He needed this flower, so he would come to get it. He had been like this all his life, from childhood to adulthood. He didn't ask for help. If he wanted something, he would take it himself, rob it, and fight for it. The process didn't matter as long as he could get it. He had never considered whether these things belonged to him or not. For him, whatever he had the ability to have, no matter who it belonged to in the beginning, was in his hands. This was not domineering. It was a kind of bigotry that was integrated into the bone marrow. Deity didn't think there was anything wrong with this. The world he lived in was the dark world. The world they lived in was the dark world. There were no so-called moral restraints, no laws, no rules, no right or wrong, only strength. His bigotry once made him outstanding in his youth, made him high-spirited when he was young, and once made him fall into the abyss when he was at the peak of his youth. Now, when he had lived more than half of his life, at the age of middle age and old age, he once again stood at the peak of the world. Bigotry was not a shortcoming. It was faith. A man could have no bottom line, and even lose his humanity, but he always had faith. This was what supported the soul to live. There was no light in the ruins of Lonely Mountain in the dark. Deity sat on the tombstone at the back of the mountain, which was also the highest point. He looked down, thought about his own thoughts, and was silent for a long time. Phoenix in a fiery red dress stood quietly beside him, staring at Deity's ordinary but extraordinarily real side profile. The cemetery was full of grass. The wind blew through the grass, with a subtle but comfortable sound of the wind. The cemetery was cool, without the heat of midsummer. Deity had been silent, and the whole cemetery became more and more real with his silence, even a little depressed. Deity thought about the flower. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, "I haven't seen that flower either, but I think it should be very beautiful. That flower is called Flourishing Age, which is the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. It gathers the fate of Zhongzhou State. So the more beautiful Zhongzhou State is, the more beautiful the flower is." He turned to look at Phoenix beside him. "Is Zhongzhou State beautiful?" "It's not as good as Tiandu," Phoenix said softly. She spoke without hesitation. Zhongzhou State was the most powerful country in this era. Compared with it, even if East Island was not the so-called barbarian land, it was still far behind Zhongzhou State. Heaven Capital was not even comparable to the territory of Zhongzhou State. But for Phoenix, Zhongzhou State was not as good as Heaven Capital. "What belongs to your highness is the most beautiful," she said softly. "Yes." Deity's expression was calm. He nodded and chuckled. "Zhongzhou State used to belong to me, so Zhongzhou State used to be very beautiful." Deity chuckled and nodded. "It doesn't matter. When we get the dragon vein, Zhongzhou State will be ours sooner or later." Dragon vein. Phoenix hesitated for a moment. Deity's eyes turned and fell on her. "I heard that the dragon vein is," she thought for a moment and suddenly didn't know how to address that person. "The dragon vein seems to have been given to him by Great Master Wei." In the end, she could only use a very vague word. Deity nodded calmly. "So now he is the dragon vein and the flower. Then you," Phoenix became more and more hesitant. "It doesn't matter," Deity said softly. "It's better for the dragon vein to be with him than to disappear. He has a flower on him, and there are roots here. When he dies and his blood is sprinkled on this land, the flower will bloom again." His voice was soft and cold. "All flowers and plants need nutrients." Phoenix wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, she was silent. She had a lot to say. There was a flower on Lonely Mountain. This flower was the dragon vein. It was not only the purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Li family that knew this. As for Zhongzhou State, at least the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City also knew the existence of this flower. And they should also know that Li Tianlan was carrying the dragon vein now. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City naturally wanted this flower. But the reason why they wanted to kill Li Tianlan had nothing to do with this flower. It might be because both Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai hid the fact about this flower. But Phoenix always felt that if Li Tianlan's blood was sprinkled on this land, it would be too easy to reactivate the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. It's really not easy. Deity seemed to know what Phoenix was worried about. He narrowed his eyes. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City naturally want this flower, but they can't get it. Even if Li Tianlan dies, they can't get it. Because they dare not pay the price. Since they can't get it, they won't think about it. But I'm different. They all say I'm crazy. I don't care about the price. Since they are so cowardly, this flower is naturally mine. This is not cowardice. A faint voice sounded. The voice was very far away and old, but it condensed into a line, crossed the entire cemetery, and rang in their ears. Deity looked into the distance with no expression. The phoenix looked down from above. She was a superior of the half-step invincible realm. Even at night, she could still see far. An old man appeared at the other end of the cemetery. He seemed to come in a hurry, so he looked a little haggard, but his footsteps did not stop at all. He crossed the tombstone and the grass. The somewhat old, somewhat stooped figure floated like a shadow and soon arrived in front of the two. Phoenix hesitated for a moment, but still subconsciously bowed slightly. Li Honghe, who rushed to Lin and from Yuzhou, did not go to see Phoenix, but just looked at Deity. The tombstone was very high. Deity sat on it, and Li Honghe needed to look up. The air was quiet for a while, and even the wind seemed to be silent. This was the meeting after more than 20 years. Everything was so strange, yet so familiar. Deity looked at Li Honghe quietly. The two stared at each other, one looking down, the other looking up, both expressionless. Li Honghe's aura was still weak, but his eyes focused little by little, and his eyebrows gradually rose. "Come down." He looked at Deity on the tombstone, and his tone was dignified and heavy, like a command. "Are you angry?" In the long reunion, which seemed to be a lifetime without seeing each other again, Deity laughed softly. His smile was gentle, but the light in his eyes was gradually distorted. He patted the tombstone on which he was sitting. His movement was not heavy, but the whole tombstone shook with a loud bang, and the huge tombstone was vaguely covered with cracks. "Is it because of this?" Deity asked. "Come down." Li Honghe's voice was low, close to a low roar. Now he had fallen from the invincible realm, his aura was weak, and his combat capability was weak. But at this time, there was a kind of scalp-numbing awe and fierceness in him. He was like an old lion whose territory had been touched. Although he was old, he could still wave his sharp claws. Deity jumped down from the tombstone. The tombstone was really high, taller than his whole body. So Deity also needed to look up at the tombstone. The tomb of Shui Jingqing. He looked at the tombstone expressionlessly and read. His figure was back to Li Honghe. In the midsummer night, his voice was like the chilly wind blowing from hell, with endless coldness and blood. "I can probably understand the position of this tombstone in your heart. Those lying here are the heroes of the Li family. They have no regrets for the Li family until they sleep forever. Every drop of blood, every wound, and every life of the people in this cemetery is their contribution to the Li family. So this place is supreme in your heart, and it can't be desecrated. You don't allow me to sit on it. In your heart, I'm disrespecting the dead, right?" Li Honghe's face twitched, and he didn't speak. "But why should I respect it?" Deity's voice was still cold. He didn't look back, just pointed to the tombstone in front of him. "Who is Shui Jingqing?" "He's my brother. He was the first guard who followed me from the beginning. We were inseparable. When he was alive, we drank and ate together, killed enemies together, and graduated from the Sky Academy together. Most of the time, I was him and he was me. He was my most trusted brother." Li Honghe was still silent. Deity turned around. "Of course, this was when he was alive. We once said that we would live and die together. Now I'm alive, and he's dead. Why should I respect him? My brother, does he need respect? He looked into Li Honghe's eyes, and his face was a little ferocious. But his voice was extremely suppressed and soft. Really? Really? Boom! The huge tombstone suddenly broke into countless pieces. Stones flew all over the sky with smoke and dust, and then were blown away by the wind. The night grew quieter. What he needs is to be alive. Deity's voice was low. His palm crossed Li Honghe and pointed to the tombstone in his sight. All the people here need to be alive, not respect. When people die, the lights go out. Respect? Does it make sense? Deity approached Li Honghe and looked into Li Honghe's old but firm eyes. It's the Li family who killed them, but when it comes to you and me, he paused and said heavily, is it you or me who killed them? You hate me. Li Honghe looked into Deity's eyes and said, I can't afford to hate you. Deity shook his head. But you're too pedantic and cling to your friendship. It's pure retribution that you end up like this. But those in the cemetery are all my brothers. They shouldn't be like this, but they're all implicated by your pedantry. If you're guilty, you're unforgivable. I took action 3 times in those days, but I was stopped by you. Before that, you were the person I admired the most and the greatest person in my heart. But after the establishment of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, you were the person I hated the most. You cared about your friendship with the Wang family of Beihai, but how did the Wang family of Beihai treat you? I had 3 chances, and each time, I had at least a 50% chance to swallow the Wang family of Beihai. At that time, the Li family dominated the Zhongzhou state. Deity looked at Li Honghe with a sneer. It was all ruined by you. You ruined it. Tell me, what's the use of your friendship? Li Honghe's eyes gradually became complicated. You still haven't repented. He said softly, you still think you're right. I'm wrong. Deity took a deep breath. I shouldn't have been stopped by you at the beginning. I'm wrong that I didn't completely realize your pedantry. Friendship? Have you ever seen a friendship that can last for hundreds of years? Every generation of the Wang family of Beihai is purging and seeking change. In the eyes of outsiders, isn't it an internal fratricide? Will you believe in the friendship of such a family? Old guy, what the hell are you thinking? For hundreds of years, the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai have been close, not because of the so-called friendship, but because we're strong enough. What's so-called friendship? Bullshit. If it was you who died more than 20 years ago instead of the one from the Wang family of Beihai, if Wang Tianzong had reached the invincible realm earlier than me, do you think the Wang family of Beihai would let us go when we were weak? What did I do wrong? Tell me, what did I do wrong back then? I just made a choice that anyone would have made. Everything you said is your assumption. If you hadn't done that, how could the Li family be where it is today? Assumption? If you hadn't stopped me back then, how could the Li family be where it is today? No one here will die. Today, we will be stronger and keep our word. Deity's voice was sharp and violent. There seemed to be a sudden gust of wind in the cemetery because of his momentum. The gust of wind was shrill. In the shrill wind, Li Honghe fell silent. Deity also fell silent and looked at the large cemetery in his sight again. The cause of that day and the effect of today have happened. What's the point of saying these things? After a long time, Li Honghe said slowly. His eyes became quiet. Once the silence lost its temperature, it would be very cold. What are you doing these days? He asked straightforwardly. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Deity said, there's a flower here. I want that flower. At any cost. At any cost? Li Honghe raised the corner of his mouth and said with some mockery, can you use that flower? Deity waved his hand. Dressed in a fiery red dress, the beautiful Phoenix took 2 steps forward. Deity put his arm around Phoenix's still slender and soft waist. This is my woman. He looked at Li Honghe and said, now she has my son, and you have a grandson. Are you happy? Li Honghe's pupils suddenly contracted. I can't use that flower. Deity said coldly, but my son can always use it. That flower was originally prepared for Huawu. Now Huawu has been killed. My son and Phoenix's name is still Huawu, and he still needs that flower. This flower is not prepared for you. Li Honghe said quietly, I know Huo. I'm also sad that he was killed. But if he and Tianlan were in the thundershocking realm at the same time, he would never be Tianlan's opponent. Neither Huo nor the unborn little guy can bear this flower. The wind was even more shrill. Deity was silent for a long time before he said expressionlessly, bullshit. A cold light flashed in Li Honghe's eyes. Before he could say anything, Deity had waved his hand. You can't stop me, he said coldly, just like I can't stop you. We have our own ideas, just like playing chess. You say you're good at chess, so why don't we play a game of chess? You want to use Tiannan as the chessboard, let Li Tianlan replace me, and take over the entire purgatory of heaven capital. This is your plan. And I want this flower to let Huawu replace Li Tianlan. I still have time to play with you and your good grandson, as long as you can afford it. You're still not convinced. Li Honghe's tone was complicated. His voice drifted in the wind, like crying and laughing. He was extremely bitter. I'm willing to bet and I'm willing to lose. Deity said blandly, I haven't bet yet. How can I be convinced? Phoenix will live here. When the flower blooms, she can support herself. Of course, if you are willing to take care of her, I can appreciate it. When I bring the flower back, we can see who is right and who is wrong. Deity continued. Li Honghe was silent. Deity could not bring back the flower. That was for sure. What he could bring back was only Li Tianlan's body. Li Honghe turned around and said calmly, Follow me. He walked slowly out of the cemetery. Deity and Phoenix followed him without saying a word. The three of them passed the wooden house again, passed the construction site, walked to the side of Lonely Mountain, entered the former boundary of Mount Qingyun, and then came to the ruins of Qingyun Temple. Mount Qingyun collapsed, and Qingyun Temple was destroyed. But there were still specks of white fog in the middle of the night. Li Honghe's figure stopped somewhere. He pointed to the ground and looked at Deity. What do you see? Deity looked down and narrowed his eyes. Is this white fog the remaining luck? Can you see anything else out of the white fog? Li Honghe did not answer his question, but asked calmly. Deity frowned. The white fog in his sight was very thin, and he could clearly see the ground. The ground was very flat and empty. What do you want to say? He asked impatiently. Li Honghe smiled. It was a very sarcastic smile. Given the relationship between them, it had become like this. This smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. What about you? Li Honghe looked at Phoenix. What do you see? Phoenix hesitated, looked at Deity, and then looked at the ground. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the ground, whispering, This seems to be a rhizome. Rhizome? Deity raised his eyebrows. In his sight, the ground was still empty. How can you see the dragon vein if you have evil intentions? Li Honghe said coldly, Don't you understand? You can't see the dragon vein. This flower has nothing to do with you from the very beginning. No one favors you. I don't, and neither does we. Deity narrowed his eyes and looked at Phoenix. Phoenix's face was a little pale, but she nodded and pointed to the ground carefully. Deity was silent for a long time. After a long time, he laughed. It doesn't matter. He whispered, So what if I can't see it? You can always see it. Do you think I will support you? Li Honghe looked at Deity expressionlessly. She looked at the man who was her son by blood. It doesn't matter. Deity said blandly, Li Tianlan is dead, so you can only support me. He turned around slowly. LinkedIn is a good place. I have an appointment with someone here, and someone has an appointment with me here. He walked toward the outside world. You wait here and wait for me to bring the flower. Phoenix subconsciously wanted to follow him, but thinking of the child in her belly, she still stood where she was and stood in front of Li Honghe. Li Honghe looked at Deity's back as he left. You can't succeed, he said. Deity did not respond and continued to move forward. Li Honghe laughed. His voice gradually rose a little, and his voice line floated in the misty white mist. You will fall in the same place. His voice was firm. Twice. Someone did make an appointment with Deity. And Deity also made an appointment with someone else. The person who made an appointment with Deity set the location at the West Lake Club in Lynn. So Deity also set the location here, and it was the same box. Meeting twice in the same place was enough to show Deity's confidence. The club was not far from Lonely Mountain, about 3 kilometers. Deity entered the club at the appointed time and walked into the box booked by the other party. There was red wine in the box. The red wine had just been opened, and the fragrance of the wine was spreading. There was a stack of fruit plates and a goblet in front of the red wine. A little further away from the fruit platter, there was a laptop that was turned on. The computer had a video on. In the video, a tall figure that looked a little fat appeared on the screen. This was a slightly stout man with short hair and a mask, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Deity entered the box and saw this strange scene, narrowing his eyes. "Welcome, Your Highness." The man on the laptop screen laughed. His voice was soft, low, and magnetic. "Should I call you Deity? Or Marshall Lee? Did you make an appointment with me?" Deity laughed. His voice was cold and fierce, sounding a little crazy. "Interesting, really interesting. You sincerely asked me to meet. I came here from East Island, but you show me this laptop? Sorry." On the screen, the man's voice was faint and sounded insincere. "I don't think it's necessary to meet face to face. As long as we can talk about something that interests each other, whether it's a video call or a real meeting, it's the same. If you want to have a video call, you can do it with me in Heaven Capital." Deity smiled coldly. "Are you kidding me by asking me to come here to have a video call?" The man was silent for a moment. "I didn't mean that," he said softly. "I hope Marshall Lee doesn't misunderstand, but I had a little accident here. For the safety of both of us, I think it's the best way to meet here. And I know Marshall Lee will come to Lynn. For that flower, you should also come to Lynn." His voice became softer and softer. "Looking at the time, it should be time for your child's gender to be confirmed, right? Phoenix is a very beautiful woman. Marshall Lee has good taste." Deity suddenly fell silent. In the purgatory of Heaven Capital, the news of Phoenix's pregnancy was a real top secret. Even his most trusted Daybreak and Dawn didn't know it. "Who are you?" Deity was silent for a moment, looked at the screen, and asked coldly. "You can call me Your Highness. Of course, I prefer another title. You can call me Your Majesty." There were many highnesses in the Dark World. Every invincible realm expert could be called Your Highness. Some distinguished people, such as Wang Xingxiao, Wang Yuetong, Qin Weibai, and the heirs of the royal families of various countries, could also use this title. But His Majesty, there was only one Majesty in the Dark World. Deity laughed, and his laughter was a little crazy. A guy who doesn't even have a title dares to call himself Your Majesty? His Majesty is His Majesty. Does he need any title? Just like Wang Tianzong, adding Sword Emperor in front of it. How ridiculous is that? His Majesty is His Majesty, the only Majesty. The man's voice was low and a little gentle. Deity stopped laughing, and he stared at the screen in front of him. "Is Lu Shengzangquan your man?" he asked suddenly. This time, the one who pulled the strings was Lu Shengzangquan, the invincible grandmaster who was known as the Sword Sage in East Island and the leader of Jifeng Sword Training School. This question? If it was a few days ago, I wouldn't be sure. But now, yes, he is my follower. The man on the screen smiled elegantly. "The Sword Sage of East Island is your follower," Deity repeated and said with a slight sneer, "What a big deal. In my opinion, he is my follower, and he has no other identity." The man said softly, "If Your Majesty thinks that I have violated your territory, I can ask Lu Shengzangquan to withdraw from East Island with the power of Jifeng Sword Training School. I want to cooperate with you, so please believe in my sincerity. I am willing to compromise on some things." Deity sneered and said nothing. Lu Shengzangquan withdrew from East Island. Deity naturally had no objection. In the current situation of East Island, Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School seemed to have bowed to the purgatory of Heaven Capital, but the internal game had never stopped. If Jifeng Sword Training School withdrew, the purgatory of Heaven Capital could suppress Wuji Palace in the shortest time, unify the dark world of East Island, and hold the power of the entire special warfare system. But such an ending was not what the royals wanted to see. So even if Jifeng's sword reigning school wanted to withdraw, even if the Mikado knew that Lu Sheng Zhangquan had become the mysterious highness or his majesty's follower, the royals would not let Jifeng's sword reigning school and Lu Sheng Zhangquan leave. This was a necessary means to check and balance the purgatory of heaven capital. So what the other party said about withdrawing and sincerity were all bullsh*t. The man on the screen also gradually fell silent. After a long time, he said softly, "It seems that you can't fully trust me. Don't talk nonsense." Deity said blandly, "Get to the point." "The point?" The man on the screen said it silently and then laughed. "The point, of course, is Eastern Europe. Marshal Li, what do you think of the chaos in Eastern Europe?" "I can't see through it," Deity said blandly. The chaos in Eastern Europe would only get more and more chaotic, and it was far from clear. For now, no one could see through it. "Marshal Li can't see through it, but you're still involved, aren't you?" The man who claimed to be His Majesty said with a smile, "The purgatory of heaven capital is very strong. It has the support of the former experts of the Li family. It can be said that there are many experts inside. However, if possible, you still need the combat capability of the invincible realm, don't you? Lu Sheng Zhangquan is good, and so are the swordsmen of Jifeng's sword reigning school. If Marshal Li needs them, you can take them with you on this trip to Eastern Europe. They can be used as dogs or cannon fodder. As for the things they get, whether they are interests or power, they can be handed over to the purgatory of heaven capital unconditionally. As for the interior of East Island, after the chaos in Eastern Europe is over, Jifeng's sword reigning school can also follow your lead. What do you think?" He laughed softly and said, "One more invincible realm lackey and more than a dozen more top swordsmen will still help Marshal Li in your plan to conquer Eastern Europe, won't it?" "What do you want?" Deity narrowed his eyes. "An invincible realm dog." These words were truly bold and courageous. The invincible realm was the top combat capability in the Dark World. Anything involving an invincible realm expert could be regarded as a major event in the Dark World. An invincible realm dog? In the Dark World, except for the person in front of him, even Deity himself did not dare to say so. And Lu Sheng Zhangquan was not the most ordinary invincible realm expert. He was the sword sage of East Island. "It's simple. It's just a life," the man said blandly. "Whose life?" Deity looked at the screen and said a cold joke, "Wang Tianzong." The other party's answer was colder than his cold joke. "Wang Tianzong has too many restrictions and is nothing to be afraid of." In some ways, Marshal Li, you have too many restrictions and are also nothing to be afraid of. I don't deny that you are powerful, but you are nothing to be afraid of. That's why I want to cooperate with you. "Who is that?" Deity looked at the screen and asked. The person on the screen hesitated and finally said, "Qin Weibai." "Marshal Li, as long as you kill Qin Weibai in Eastern Europe, you will be my firmest ally. This doesn't seem to conflict with your plan. You should want to kill Li Tianlan, don't you?" The man's tone was flat and slow. "I think of a joke. It's not very funny, but it's true. Many people in Zhongzhou State want to kill Li Tianlan. Wang Tianzong wants to kill him, Gu Xingyun wants to kill him, and a group of big shots in the Prince Group also want to kill him. I don't deny their wisdom, but in this matter, they behave like fools. This word is not elegant, but they are really stupid, simply stupid. They will never understand that if Qin Weibai doesn't die, they can't kill Li Tianlan. Marshal Li is wise, I think you should understand. Even if you don't understand, I tell you, and you should understand. Why should I believe you?" Deity's tone was cold. "Don't believe me. It doesn't matter," the man said with a smile. "I just provide you with help, and at the same time ask you to help me kill Qin Weibai. As long as she dies, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. At that time, Li Tianlan will be easy to kill." Deity was indifferent and silent. "Reason?" After a long time, he asked softly. "No reason." The man shook his head. 2 days ago, I was sure of something, so she must die. If there is a reason, she knows too much." Deity seemed to be making a choice. If you are worried about Lin Fengting, I can also provide some help. I have another follower who has just been crowned by the Pope. Although he is no match for Lin Fengting, he can restrain him for a short time. The man said with a smile. Except the Pope's coronation. Deity's body seemed to shake. Qin Weibai can completely trust the Lin clan. It can even be said that apart from Li Tianlan, the only one she can completely trust is the Lin clan. As for the reason, you can understand that the Lin clan accepted a disciple many years ago, but the past is gone with the wind, and it is no longer important. The only important thing is that Qin Weibai is also very important to the Lin clan. In the battlefield of Eastern Europe, my people can temporarily restrain Lin Fengting, but in the purgatory of Heaven capital, they may be targeted by the Lin clan. You need to decide how to choose. The man said softly, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can give everything that Jifeng's sword training school has obtained in this Eastern European chaos, and even a part of what the Vatican has obtained, to the purgatory of Heaven capital without reservation. Is it worth it? Deity asked, narrowing his eyes. The gains of Jifeng's sword training school and a part of the Vatican were destined to be rich. And in this Eastern European chaos, only 2 people in the Vatican were crowned by the Pope, Arcis and the Vice-Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps. Arcis was impossible. The so-called follower could only be the Vice-Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps. It took a lot of effort for the other party to climb to that position. Once the other party gave a part of the Vatican's gains to the purgatory of Heaven capital, it was equivalent to all their efforts in the Vatican being wasted. Just to kill Qin Weibai. Was it really worth it? It's worth it. The man said calmly, it's absolutely worth it. About this, His Highness. I really didn't dig a pit for the sake of digging a pit. This is a very important main line. It appeared in the outline before I started writing, and there are some clues in front. 8,500 chapters asking for monthly votes. Chapter 405. Late at night in midsummer. The empty night began to become gloomy in the second half of the night. The dark sky hung over West Lake, and the stars were hidden. The quiet West Lake was quiet in the light of Lin, like a frozen, dim, and blurry landscape painting. At a certain moment, the gloomy and depressing night suddenly lit up with a pale sky. The light illuminated the bustling landscape of Lin. The sky lit up for a moment, and then fell silent again. The next second, the roaring thunder broke the silence of heaven and earth. The heavy rain swept through the whole of Lin, and in an instant, time in the West Lake clubhouse was still flowing forward in luxury. West Lake was beautiful in the rain. But the waves of West Lake under the heavy rain were turbulent, with a vague violence that could devour everything in the magnificence. The night was getting darker and darker. There seemed to be only the heavy rain falling non-stop in the whole world. Deity was still sitting in the private room of the clubhouse. The laptop video had been turned off. The conversation had been over for a long time. Deity sat in the position where he was talking, motionless. He didn't know how long he had been silent. He had talked a lot with the mysterious His Majesty, but it seemed that he had talked very little. The other party was extremely shrewd, so from beginning to end, Deity never got any extra information. He only knew that the other party wanted to ask him to kill Qin Weibai. His attitude was very firm. It was the kind of determination that almost at all costs. Deity quietly thought about everything that had happened tonight. Not much happened tonight, but the aftertaste was extremely long. The flowers on Lonely Mountain, Li Honghe's attitude, the mysterious His Majesty, the 2 followers of the invincible realm, Qin Weibai, and the chaos in Eastern Europe. Everything seemed clear at a glance. But Deity had not completely figured out the subtle connection between them until now. This mysterious His Majesty knew a lot of things. Qin Weibai also knew a lot of things. But what did this His Majesty confirm recently that made him want to kill Qin Weibai? And who was he and what did he want? The second commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican was his follower. Lu Shengtangquan, the sage of Sword of East Island, was his follower. In that case, could he have other disciples? The quality of his followers was extremely high, so high that Deity had to be serious. If the follower of the Vatican had the ability to restrain Lin Fengting after the coronation, it was enough to show that his strength was close to the peak of the invincible realm. Lu Shengzongquan's current strength was still far from the peak of the invincible realm. But now he was qualified to be listed on the divine list. 2 disciples of the invincible realm, and both of them were invincible realm experts with the strength of the divine list. In recent decades, except for the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family at their peak, no force in the dark world could have such a luxurious lineup. What was more, the 2 invincible realm experts who could be listed on the divine list were just disciples. Or rather, they were lackeys. The invincible realm was the peak of the dark world. There were billions of people in the world, but how many of them could reach this level? There were a total of 30 people on the divine and holy lists, and there were a few who didn't have time to get on the list after they broke through the realm. There were only so many people. There were invincible realm experts who hid their names, but there were fewer of them than those who didn't get on the list, and they wouldn't affect the general trend. Every expert in the invincible realm, no matter strong or weak, was a strong-willed person. Regardless of whether they were noble or despicable, they all had their own dignity in their hearts. If these 2 disciples united and cooperated, with Jifeng Sword Raining School as the foundation, within a few years, it would be enough to establish a superpower in the dark world. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to make such people their lackeys. How did His Majesty do it? And what was his ultimate purpose in doing all this? One question after another emerged in Deity's mind, and eventually became a mess. He subconsciously wanted to check Lu Shengzongquan and the Vice Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps, but his intuition told him that it would basically be useless. He didn't agree to cooperate with His Majesty, nor did he refuse. This negotiation seemed to be useless, but some foundations had been laid. The night was getting darker. The heavy rain outside the club was getting wilder. All the lights in the West Lake Club were completely turned on. The bright light shone out in the night rain, bringing out a halo. The lights were intertwined in the rain curtain. In the deep night, there was an intertwined dreamy light, like a rainbow, beautiful. A low-key Volkswagen slowly entered the West Lake Club in the heavy rain. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, a figure passed through the rain curtain and walked into the box where Li Guangtu was. Li Guangtu was still silent and didn't seem to notice that someone had come in. But His Majesty had an appointment with him today, and he had an appointment with others here. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The figure in a black suit placed the black umbrella in his hand in the corner of the box and bowed slightly to Deity. His tone was respectful and his posture was serious, showing a very formal respect and deference. "Your Majesty?" Deity turned his head to look at the deeply bowed figure and laughed at himself. "What kind of majesty am I? I don't like this title. Your martial arts are unparalleled, and your sword intent is strong enough to compete with the Sword Emperor. Naturally, you deserve the title of His Majesty." The figure in the black suit slowly straightened up. He wasn't short, but he couldn't be considered burly. However, as he stood there, he gave off an extremely tough and straight feeling. His delicate and clean appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but his temperament was extremely eye-catching. The corners of his mouth were gently pursed, and he looked resolute and cold, but his eyes were calm and indifferent. This was the face of a young man, 27 or 28 years old. A face that almost all the young masters in Zhongzhou State now knew. A face that even left a deep impression on the world in the final maneuver a few days ago. Jiang Shangyu's face. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu calmly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Deity. Jiang Shangyu. This was a meeting that no one had expected, and it was also the first official meeting between the two. There was no appreciation in Deity's eyes, only a touch of satisfaction, as if he was looking at a chess piece that could be used. Jiang Shangyu's expression was very calm and respectful. It was hard to say whether he took the initiative to contact the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, or the Purgatory of Heaven Capital looked for him. In some seemingly accidental but actually inevitable coincidences, the two sides had a connection. The first time Jiang Shangyu did something for the Purgatory of Heaven Capital was 2 years ago. No one knew this. Even Jiang Shan didn't know. You did well in the final maneuver. Deity looked at him for a while and said lightly, I am looking forward to your future. Jiang Shangyu hesitated, as if he didn't know how to address him. Finally, he said softly, You flatter me. It's not a compliment. Deity shook his head. What I like is your potential. If you tell me that you have no potential, it only proves that I have no vision. There is no need for modesty in the purgatory of heaven capital. If a capable person deliberately lowers his position, he is incompetent. You have determined your path to the invincible realm before you are 30 years old. Before you are 40 years old, you are expected to be invincible. In the future, you may be able to stand at the top of the divine list. Jiang Shangyu stood silently and did not speak. In the past 2 years, you have done a few things for the purgatory of heaven capital, and you have done a good job. The Jiang family is in a delicate position now. I can see the direction of your efforts. To some extent, there is no conflict between my direction and the Jiang families. And you and your family can play a big role in my chessboard. That's why I see you today. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu's calm face and chuckled. His voice was very low, but because it was very real and clear, it sounded very loud in Jiang Shangyu's ears. Jiang Shangyu, would you like to join the purgatory of heaven capital? This question was not difficult to answer. If he was unwilling, Jiang Shangyu would not have come today. 2 years ago, he would not have contacted the people of the purgatory of heaven capital. So he nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, I am willing to be a chess piece in your majesty's hands. He still called him your majesty. Deity did not say much, but said calmly, When I come to Zhongzhou State, there will be a place for the Jiang family beside me. Jiang Shangyu bent down deeply and bowed. In the future, you will contact me directly and be responsible for me. Deity continued. In the purgatory of heaven capital, it was a great honor to be able to contact Deity directly. This could be regarded as a reward. Okay. Jiang Shangyu responded respectfully, but a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. What's wrong? Deity raised his eyebrows. Something is wrong with Leng Yu. As Jiang Shangyu spoke, he looked up at Deity and said, Recently, she has little contact with me. Her state seems to be a little special. Purgatory of heaven capital, Leng Yu. This was a secret name among the higher-ups of the purgatory of heaven capital. In the past 2 years, it was not Dawn Daybreak who had contact with Jiang Shangyu, but Leng Yu. It was the most convenient for her to contact Jiang Shangyu. However, Jiang Shangyu noticed that she seemed to be in trouble. Deity was silent for a while. It's okay. He thought for a moment and said, She can solve it herself. Jiang Shangyu nodded and asked, Does your majesty need me to go to Eastern Europe? Zhongzhou State has restarted the Snowdance Corps. If your majesty needs, I can operate myself into the Snowdance Corps. No need. Deity shook his head and personally poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Shangyu. The wine was good, but after a long time, the taste inevitably faded. How are your injuries? He asked. Jiang Shangyu's hand holding the wine glass paused, shook his head and said, It's not a big problem. I can recover in half a year. The main problem is the realm drop, but it's not serious. Now I'm still in the thundershocking realm. In the final maneuver, he, Wang Xingxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Song Ci were seriously injured by Li Tianlan. Gu Hanshan, who had not dropped his realm, had the lightest injury. Wang Xingxiao and Song Ci chose the most violent realm drop attack at the same time. They fell directly from the peak of the thundershocking realm to the peak of the fire-flaming realm. At this time, they were the most seriously injured. Jiang Shangyu also dropped his realm drop attack. But he stayed at the peak of the fire-flaming realm for 3 years. In the fire-flaming realm, he could not be more perfect. So his realm drop attack only made him drop back a small realm. Compared with before the final maneuver, his realm was still higher. As long as he recovered from his injury, it would not be a big problem. And now he had his own path. In the following time, he did not need a long closed-door training and silence. What he needed most was to stimulate his potential between life and death and broaden his road to the invincible realm. Then you go to Tianen. Deity said. Tianan. Jiang Shangyu repeated it, a little confused. East Emperor Palace will also go to Tianan. Deity's tone was calm. East Emperor Palace. Tianan. Jiang Shangyu's body suddenly shook. In an instant, the pattern of all the forces operating together in Tianan suddenly became clear in front of him. The members of East Emperor Palace connected with the major forces inside and outside Tianan. Just for a moment, Jiang Shangyu understood what Tianan meant to Li Tianlan. Tianan is great. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Deity did not speak. For him, East Emperor Palace was actually not important. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, he had to get that flower. If he wanted to get that flower, he had to get Li Tianlan's body. Once Li Tianlan died, East Emperor Palace would be meaningless to Tianan. However, if there was no East Emperor Palace in that place, it would still be the battlefield between the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the Wang family of Beihai in the future. At this time, if Jiang Shangyu, a hidden pawn, was buried there, it might play an unexpected role. And, in case Li Tianlan survived this time, Jiang Shangyu in Tianan could also become a key pawn for Deity and Li Tianlan to compete for the dominance of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. He was the supreme ruler of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital belonged to the Li family. During the years when the Li family collapsed, Deity did not know what the old man, who was good at playing chess, had planned. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital was definitely one of his biggest plans. The Purgatory of Heaven capital was very strong. Deity liked this plan very much. But the only thing he did not like was the position of some backbone forces of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Deity believed that those backbone forces were loyal enough to him. But the bad thing was that they were also loyal enough to Li Tianlan. What Li Honghe hoped most was that Deity and Li Tianlan could coordinate the power within the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and finally let Li Tianlan control the entire Purgatory of Heaven capital in Tianan, and then return to Zhongzhou state to restore the glory of the Li family. This required Deity to be willing to let go. But how could he be willing? If he was not willing, he had to struggle and rob. For Deity, if Li Tianlan died in Eastern Europe, there would be no hidden danger in the future of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. This was the best ending. But if the chaos in Eastern Europe could not be resolved as he wished, he would let Jiang Shangyu go now, and then it might play an unexpected role. Jiang Shangyu, Li Tianlan, Di Jiang. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu thoughtfully. Among the three, if the latter two were at the same level, then Jiang Shangyu was undoubtedly too weak. Deity's eyes were a little hesitant. In his mind, Li Tianlan, Wang Xingxiao, Jiang Shangyu, Gu Hanshan, Song Si, and Dongqing Rushi were undoubtedly the most promising young people in Zhongzhou state. And this was also the most correct order of strength in his mind. Li Tianlan was very strong. But Deity did not think that he deserved the glory of the Li family in the past. He could not win over Wang Xingxiao and Song Si. As for Gu Hanshan, Deity had no prejudice against Gu Hanshan. He just correctly thought that all the people in Kunlun City were worthless clowns. He did not bother to target anyone. To put it simply, he simply looked down on them. The halo of Gu Hanshan's heavenly king heart was indeed dazzling enough. But in Deity's view, he was not even as good as Jiang Shangyu, who had a poor foundation. Dongqing Rushi was in a special state. In this way, among the most outstanding young people in Zhongzhou state, the only one he could cultivate was Jiang Shangyu. Whether he was to use him to fight against Li Tianlan, Di Jiang, or Wang Xingxiao in the future, Jiang Shangyu seemed to be a little unqualified. His talent was outstanding enough, but in martial arts, pure talent and physique could not determine everything. Jiang Shangyu was not as good as Wang Xingxiao now. The most important thing was that the Jiang family did not have the martial arts inheritance and martial arts concept that had been accumulated for hundreds of years and was infinitely close to perfection. There was silence in the box. In the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Jiang Shangyu blinked, chuckled, and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty? Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me?" Deity suddenly said. The immortality seal of the Purgatory of Heaven capital was famous in the dark world. Everyone knew that deity's weapon was a huge and somewhat exaggerated death scythe. But whether it was the immortality seal or the death scythe, what broke out in the end was sword intent. Only sword intent. It was based on the Li family's 24 moves of sword and became more subtle. It was deity's invincible path. Jiang Shangyu froze for a moment. His face showed shock little by little, and finally became ecstatic. Your Majesty, his voice trembled a little. Before coming here today, he never thought that he would have such an opportunity. He had his own invincible path. If he had deity's guidance, you don't want to? Deity asked with a smile. They do. Jiang Shangyu's expression trembled. He didn't seem to know what to say, so he could only bow deeply. Do you know why I chose you? Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu. His eyes were not soft, but calm. Not only because you are my only choice at the moment, but also because you are ambitious, but you are very clear-headed. Your family is also very clear-headed. It took the Jiang family several generations to climb up generation by generation. It's not easy to get to where it is today. You know what your status means today, and you know the consequences of losing it in your heart. This is the awe in your heart. So you have a request, but it's not a big one. In my opinion, this is stability. I like people who are stable. So, again, I look forward to your future in the purgatory of heaven capital. Jiang Shangyu bowed deeply and didn't get up for a long time. Deity reached out his hand. There was sword intent in the air. The sword intent was condensed and heavy. The air in the entire box seemed to solidify. Deity's fingers slid in the air. A faintly discernible line was drawn in the transparent air by the sword intent. Imprinting words and pictures in the void with sword intent was by no means an ordinary means of the invincible realm. When Jiang Shangyu raised his head, Deity had already carved a giant tree in the air with sword intent. The giant tree was full of leaves and transparent, but it was faintly shining in the air. The sword energy was extremely dazzling. In my eyes, martial arts is a tree. Decisively and calmly, Deity taught Jiang Shangyu the first lesson. The root of the tree is the starting point of martial arts and the foundation. The deeper the root is under the ground, the bigger the tree will be. The 4 realms of martial arts are the trunk, chi-controlling realm, ice-condensing realm, fire-flaming realm, and thunder-shocking realm. The more accumulated, the thicker the trunk will be. In a sense, it can affect the final achievement. Deity looked at the leafy tree in the air. Above the trunk is the canopy. The martial path is very big, and this tree is also very big, so the canopy is very luxuriant. Thousands of branches form the canopy, so in my heart, the canopy is the path, and each branch is a different path. Look at this tree. Deity's tone was focused and calm. The trunk is the 4 realms of martial arts, and these different branches represent different heights. The thunder-shocking realm, the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, the half-step invincible realm, the worst invincible realm, the ordinary invincible realm, the slightly worse invincible realm, the stronger invincible realm, the normal invincible realm, the strong invincible realm, the peak of the invincible realm. The road is chosen by oneself. Deity said, each branch that forms the canopy grows upward at the beginning, but for various reasons, in the end, the branches will fall down. Only a few of them can always go up. This is the right way. So in the dark world, most of the half-step invincible realm experts can't enter the real invincible realm. The road has length, and so does the branch. The final height of the branch also means the strength after entering the invincible realm. Here. Deity reached out and pointed. He pointed to the highest point in the book. Looking along his finger, Jiang Shangyu didn't know whether he was pointing at a leaf or a branch, but he was indeed the highest point. There is a saying about the Chosen One in the Dark World. The Chosen One stands in the highest position and has absolute combat capability and dominance. If the Chosen One really exists, this is the position of the Chosen One. He waved his hand. The air began to fluctuate silently. The lush canopy began to disappear in large swaths. The drooping branches were gone, and the branches that grew horizontally were also disappearing. The branches that were going up but not high enough were also disappearing. In the blink of an eye, only a few tallest branches were left flickering in the air. Deity looked at the picture he had created. His eyes were a little complicated. Jiang Shangyu counted the branches. It was easy to count the branches. For 2 of them were in the highest position, and it was hard to tell which one was higher. The other 2 had a difference in height, but it was very small, and they were also in the position closest to the highest. I don't know much about martial arts. I know a little about the 24 moves of sword. Because of the relationship between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai, I also know a little about the 6 paths of reincarnation. Deity calmly pointed to the lowest of the 4 branches. If the chosen one is at the top, then I should be in this position. Starting from the root, all the way up, this is my path and my current position. The branch that represented his path was really high. It was very close to the top 2 branches that were level with each other. It was even closer to another branch. Jiang Shangyu seemed to feel a little strange. He looked at another branch. The branch that was a little higher than Deity and a little lower than the top 2 branches. That is, he asked, that is Wang Tianzong's position. Deity calmly said, our paths are different. My path is truth and darkness. Wang Tianzong's path is illusion and light. There is no difference between the 2 paths. If I hadn't been injured, I could have reached Wang Tianzong's height. What he said could not be considered absolute authority, but it was more credible than most people's. Jiang Shangyu stared at a few branches. His eyes fell on the top 2 branches, and he was thinking about Deity's words. The real night. The illusory day. It was extremely pure. So their sword intent would be pure, pure enough to tear everything. Wang Tianzong. Deity. This was already the peak of this era in the dark world. What kind of demeanor does a heaven's favorite have? If the top 2 branches are the chosen one, can the chosen one walk side by side? Jiang Shangyu asked. That's not the chosen one. It's just the position that the chosen one should be in. That's the end of martial arts. I think I can't get there, so I chose my current path. Wang Tianzong also thinks he can't get there, so he chose his own path. What you mean are 2 different but somewhat similar paths of the chosen one. What kind of path? Jiang Shangyu asked seriously. You've seen it. Deity said, in the final maneuver, the forever silent world vaguely had the embryonic form of the chosen one's path. Li Tianlan's current sword intent represents a path of the chosen one. Reality and illusion. Deity's path was real and dark. Wang Tianzong's path was illusion and light. The combination of reality and illusion was the real path of the chosen one. Jiang Shangyu suddenly fell silent. He already knew the other path. He smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he still asked, in addition to Li Tianlan's path, the other path of the chosen one? Darkness and light, of course. Deity said calmly, it's also day and night. The heavy rain passed through the night and fell in the morning. The rain lessened a little. Deity had left for a long time. Jiang Shangyu sat in the position where Deity had sat all night, looking up at the tree that still existed in the air. The sword intent left by Deity was very faint. The tree also faded a lot. Jiang Shangyu looked at it quietly. His eyes were obscure, with one or countless emotions that were hard to understand. Illusion and light. Reality and darkness. Both could lead to the strongest peak of the invincible realm. Illusion and reality. Day and night. It was the path of the chosen one. Jiang Shangyu closed his eyes silently. The sword stroke of Li Tianlan in the final maneuver reappeared in his mind. The sword was not a sword. It was just a green leaf. But the green leaf was also a sword. Everything was a sword. The green leaf drifted in the domain of nothingness. The world quieted down, shrank, and fell into silence. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, cities, tall buildings, everything seemed to disappear completely, become false, and become nothingness. The green leaf drifted, neither fast nor slow. It smashed Gu Hanshan's 9th secluded impasse, Wang Xingxiao's and Song Si's sword light, and his starry sky. The sword intent was still condensed and did not dissipate. It was so real that it seemed to crush everyone's will. Reality and illusion. Reality and illusion. Jiang Shangyu suddenly opened his eyes. Cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead. The cold sweat flowed down his face and fell on his clothes. Jiang Shangyu suddenly burst out laughing. His eyes were distorted, his face ferocious, and his laughter was sad and desperate. The tree in the air was still flashing. No one knew that Jiang Shangyu was not desperate because of Li Tianlan's sword stroke. It was because of something else. Something else. He laughed for a long time, bent over on the sofa, and finally knelt on the ground. He laughed so hard that he could not stand up straight. After a long time, he slowly stood up with his hand on the wall. His fingers touched the button on the wall. Soft music began to play, surrounding the private room. Jiang Shangyu sat back on the sofa, reached out to pour himself a glass of wine, and drank it silently. The wine was good, but it tasted bad. He did not like red wine, and he had never liked it. The tree in the air disappeared. Jiang Shangyu drank the wine in big gulps. His eyes were a little blurred and he seemed to be drunk. But his heart was calm. He saw the end of martial arts that deity showed him, saw deity's path, and even got deity's sword intent. He needed these very much. But they were not his after all. He had his own path. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and thought about Tiannan. He learned swordsmanship from deity. Deity was his teacher. His teacher wanted him to go to Tiannan, maybe to guard against Di Jiang or against Li Tianlan. But until deity left, he did not tell deity about his cooperation with Li Tianlan. Jiang Shangyu finished drinking the red wine, lay on the sofa, and looked at the ceiling with dull eyes. He needed deity's martial arts. But he really did not like to let deity be his teacher. He also did not like the swords of the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai. If he and deity were born in the same era, he firmly believed that he had the capital to compete with deity. Jiang Shangyu's eyes were dull, and he laughed again. No one knew whether it was a sneer or a drunken laugh. In the hazy and soft music, his drunken murmur was suppressed. I hate God for taking 20 years from me. Mount Dibing. It was drizzling. Beihai province was close to the sea. There was a lot of rain and snow, but it rarely rained heavily. It was often drizzling and raining. The rain began a few days ago and gradually slowed down, but it never stopped. It went through several nights and mornings. According to the weather station, it seemed to last until tomorrow night. In the rainy sky in the early morning, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove to the top of Mount Dibing after passing several checkpoints. The Mercedes-Benz came directly to the Emperor Hall where Wang Tianzong usually lived. At 5 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Wang Tianzong should not have gotten up yet. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened. Xian Ming, the chief intelligence officer of the Wang family of Beihai, who had disappeared for a period of time on Mount Dibing, pushed the door and got out of the car with a tired face. At the same time, a middle-aged man about 50 years old followed him out of the car. The middle-aged man was slightly plump, wore a pair of glasses, and was dressed very well. He looked like a successful person who had achieved success and recognition. However, at this time, he stood beside Xian Ming and looked at the bustling Mount Dibing around, but he seemed a little timid, so that he was somewhat out of tune with the atmosphere on Mount Dibing. Xian Ming did not care about this. He looked at the closed door of the Emperor Hall, hesitated, and stepped forward to press the doorbell. At the same time, he raised his voice and said, Your Majesty, Xian Ming wants to see you. His voice was clear and powerful. It passed through the door and resounded in the Emperor Hall. The Emperor Hall was silent for a moment, and the bedroom on the second floor lit up. What's the matter? Wang Tianzong's steady voice sounded. I found something, and I need your Majesty to look at it immediately. Xian Ming's expression was strange. Thinking of the news, his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. It's about Qin Weibai. A few days ago, Wang Tianzong asked him to investigate Qin Weibai at all costs. Xian Ming already had the news. It was not fast. But the object of the investigation was the mysterious Qin Weibai. So the speed of getting the news was not slow. But Xian Ming was not sure whether his investigation was going well. The result of this investigation was simply the weirdest information he had ever received in his life. Xian Ming himself could not even explain some things. But he must send these things to Wang Tianzong as soon as possible. The door of the Emperor Hall opened slowly. Wang Tianzong, still in pajamas, appeared at the door, looking calm. He looked at Xian Ming, who was travel-worn and bloodshot. His eyes softened a little and he nodded. "Who is this?" His eyes fell on the middle-aged man behind Xian Ming, with some doubts. In the investigation of Qin Weibai, this is a very key figure. Xian Ming said. Wang Tianzong said yes and waved his hand. "Come in and talk." Xian Ming nodded and looked back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a bag tightly in his hand. Xian Ming's eyes fell on the bag first. In an instant, that strange and inexplicable feeling emerged in his heart again. A refreshing morning breeze blew in front of the Emperor Hall. Xian Ming's body trembled, and he suddenly felt that the midsummer morning was very cold. There should be one more chapter before I enter Eastern Europe. I often write things from the perspective of the protagonist. This is a bad habit. But in the environment of special warfare, before the protagonist plays an important role, God and the Sword Emperor can actually represent the main line. But it should not be like this next time. 8,500 word chapters, you know. Chapter 406. There were accidents in everything. There were big and small accidents. Obviously, His Majesty or His Highness, who couldn't meet deity because of an accident, had a big accident. So that when Lu Shengzangquan, the sword sage in East Island, received his video call, he could intuitively feel his hidden irritation. When the video call lit up, Lu Shengzangquan just finished his meditation. East Island had been very lively in the past 3 years. The impact of the final battle of Heaven Capital had not completely disappeared. In some aspects, it could even be said that there were still people crying. The rise of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and the demise of Liuhua Palace indirectly led to the rise and fall of some wealthy families in East Island. The Shinto suffered heavy losses in East Island. The upheaval of the superstructure directly threatened the current system, and countless politicians and ministers stepped down. At the beginning, the final battle of Heaven Capital was just a conflict in the Dark World, but then it swept the whole world in a very short time. The financial war led by Zhongzhou State, together with several European and American countries and wealthy families, was still the most shocking wound on East Island. In 3 years, the currency of East Island appreciated nearly 6 times, which not only meant that the wealth accumulated by East Island for decades was plundered by major countries and funds, but also meant that the overall economic order of East Island was completely chaotic. Under the influence of the financial war, the whole East Island was struggling to survive in the shadow of tragedy. The collapse of the economic order had become the most serious social problem, and the crime rate kept rising. This once known as the second economic power in Asia fell into a quagmire and fell into the abyss under the impact of money. The whole country seemed to be struggling in a huge mud but at a loss. As for the special warfare system and the dark world of East Island, the past 3 years were the process of the game between the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, Wuji Palace, and Jifeng Sword Reigning School. Mai Shiranui, the Holy Virgin of Liuhua Palace, joined the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, and the Purgatory of Heaven Capital naturally accepted the power of Liuhua Palace. From the very beginning, they had a deep foundation, and the royal family did not have any defense against this superpower that suddenly rose. On the contrary, they gave a lot of support. Under such circumstances, even if Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Reigning School joined hands, they still struggled in the game with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. Moreover, there were grievances between Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Reigning School. Most of the time, the members of the Jifeng Sword Reigning School were more willing to treat the Limitless Palace's palace master, Tianhai Wuji, as an abandoned disciple of the Jifeng Sword Reigning School. But as the oldest holy land of swordsmanship in East Island, in the last 3 years, Jifeng Sword Reigning School had long lost its glory as a holy land of swordsmanship. The reason was actually very simple. Among the 3 invincible realm experts in East Island, Lu Shengzangquan, the master of Jifeng sword reigning school and the sage of sword, was the weakest. In the last divine and holy lists, Lusheng Zhangquan ranked second on the holy and holy list, and he didn't even get on the divine list. His strength was a far cry from God's. Even compared to Tianhai Wuji, there was still a gap. Therefore, for the Jifeng sword reigning school, the past 3 years had been 3 years of silence and humiliation. This was also the reason why he decided to become a disciple. It was very humiliating for an invincible realm expert to willingly crawl at the feet of others. Lusheng Zhangquan also had the dignity of the invincible realm. He also felt humiliated. But as the leader of the Jifeng sword reigning school, if he could use this humiliation to prop up the glory of the Jifeng sword reigning school, he was willing. This mysterious His Majesty could give him a lot of things. For example, the realm after the highest kendo of the Jifeng sword reigning school. For example, the past grievances of the Jifeng sword reigning school. For example, a good enough and absolutely feasible prospect. Another example would be some secretive but powerful partners. Lusheng Zhangquan marveled at everything about the other party. That was the power that was enough to control his fate. This kind of power, no matter who held it, could make Lusheng Zhangquan bow his head. Therefore, in the residence of the leader of the Jifeng sword reigning school, Lusheng Zhangquan did not hesitate to connect the video as soon as he saw the video communication. It was dark and silent in the video. The camera on the opposite side seemed to be unintentionally blocked, so Lusheng Zhangquan could not see everything on the opposite side. But his figure was very clear in the video. Therefore, he bent down respectfully, bowed deeply, and said meticulously, "Your Highness." In the dark screen, the man responded, but his voice was suffocating. "I've talked to God," he said faintly. His voice was slow, a little hoarse, and almost cold out of control. "He refused your request?" Lusheng Zhangquan frowned unconsciously. This question was very important to him. The meeting between God and His Highness was his matchmaking. If the two sides could not cooperate, his life in East Island would undoubtedly be more difficult. Lusheng Zhangquan could not figure out why the other party refused. He just didn't agree. His Highness took several deep breaths. His negative emotions seemed to be a little out of control, and he kept inhaling, which sounded like he was crying. "He has concerns. He doesn't trust me. Shao, am I that scary? Shao, Lusheng Zhangquan was the sword sage of East Island, the leader of the Jifeng sword reigning school. But for him, he was just a disciple. The second disciple. It was okay to call him Shao. Lusheng Zhangquan did not think there was any problem, so he smiled and said sincerely, "Everything you have is awesome. He should trust me." His Highness was silent for a while and said calmly, "He should trust me. On the matter of Eastern Europe, we have the same position. He should trust me." "Do you need me to do anything?" Lusheng Zhangquan asked. He knew that what he asked was nonsense, but sometimes nonsense was also a kind of attitude. If His Highness had no order, he would not open this video call with him. "I may try to persuade him, let him—" "What's the use of persuasion?" His Highness interrupted him. He was silent for a while and said calmly, "You said that in the final battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, one of God's sons died?" Lusheng Zhangquan froze for a moment. "Is the news reliable?" His Highness asked. Lusheng Zhangquan thought about it seriously. "It should be reliable. Of course, there has been no specific news from the purgatory of Heaven Capital. But after the final battle of Heaven Capital, the purgatory of Heaven Capital, together with the royal family, used the resources of the government and did investigate some things in Ninghu. The investigation was very detailed. It seemed that in the days of the final battle, a young man died. From some hidden channels, I got the news that the man should be the Son of God," he said in a very cautious tone. Well, His Highness's tone was a little weird, like crying and laughing. "Huau died. I don't know his name," Lusheng Zhangquan said. "God can't find anything," His Highness said calmly. Lusheng Zhangquan smiled and nodded. "From the information I received, it seems that the other party did not get any valuable clues." His Highness was silent. The silence became very long, perhaps even a very long time. The other side of the screen was still dark and silent. Lu Shengzangquan waited silently, wondering if His Highness had fallen asleep. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, Lu Shengzangquan finally couldn't help but whisper, "Your Highness, do you know who killed Huawu's son?" "I know," His Highness said calmly, "but I'm hesitant to say it." Lu Shengzangquan was a little excited. "If you can provide this news to the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, our cooperation with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital will become very stable." Silence. Another long silence ensued. His Highness's silence was a test of patience. Just when Lu Shengzangquan was a little helpless, His Highness took a deep breath and whispered, "Indeed. But I have no evidence." He said, "The truth doesn't need evidence, especially for the dark world." Lu Shengzangquan said meaningfully. He was really looking forward to the cooperation between His Highness and the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. In other words, he was looking forward to the scene of His Highness ruling the world in the future. At that time, Jifeng Sword Raining School would also shine. The cooperation with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital was a very important step. Lu Shengzangquan wanted to make it happen. "That's why I can't say it," His Highness whispered. Lu Shengzangquan raised his eyebrows in confusion. There was no logical relationship in this sentence. If Huo died, "Oh, the son of deity, do you know who is the most suspicious?" His Highness laughed softly. Lu Shengzangquan did not speak and listened quietly. "One is Qin Weibai, and the other is me." Deity's tone was a little complicated. "At this stage, only I or Qin Weibai, or only we can do it, are obsessed with killing Huawu. But I didn't kill Huawu," His Highness said calmly, "so it's Qin Weibai, and it can only be Qin Weibai." Then, Lu Shengzangquan looked at the screen. "Why can't Your Highness say it?" "It's not that I can't say it, but it's risky to say it. I can tell deity, but I'm not sure if deity will believe it. If he doesn't believe it, he will naturally suspect me," His Highness said. "In fact, it won't be a big problem, Your Highness. If we haven't done it, we can always explain it clearly." Lu Shengzangquan tried to follow deity's thinking. "It's true, so deity doesn't need to be afraid. Even if I can't explain it clearly, he won't know who I am." Deity laughed, and his tone was a little cold, "But Qin Weibai will know. I provided the news of Huawu, and Qin Weibai can at least determine a general range to find me in this range. I don't have the confidence to deliberately hide absolutely. So the problem is that as long as Qin Weibai dies, no one will find out who I am. But if Qin Weibai doesn't die, I dare not tell deity the news of Huawu. But if I don't tell deity this news, deity will have concerns about the cooperation with me. Once there are concerns, that woman may not die. If she doesn't die, I will be exposed. What do you think I should do now?" His voice was steady and gentle, and he sounded extremely serious. Lu Shengzangquan didn't know if he understood the cause and effect in it, but he understood the situation. "I see," he said. His Highness smiled and said nothing. "I will let Jifeng Sword Raining School release some news." Lu Shengzangquan said, "Jifeng Sword Raining School is the local holy land of East Island. Deity knows that I am your follower. I will investigate this matter and release the news. Even if deity and Qin Weibai suspect you, they can't be sure. They should think that we want to cooperate with deity to investigate. We can fabricate some evidence and give it to the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. I will handle this aspect." Deity is not easy to deceive or persuade, His Highness said blandly. Any invincible realm expert was not easy to deceive or persuade. The invincible realm always started from the weakest chi-controlling realm and created a straight path to the peak. Therefore, any invincible realm expert was not a fool. At least in terms of thinking and logic, they were absolutely sharp. The thinking and logic of martial arts were often useful in the general trend. The most rigorous logic usually meant the keenest insight. "I will take good care of it," Lu Shengzangquan said calmly. His Highness pondered and nodded. "That's it." "Actually, He hesitated for a moment. Lu Shengzangquan said softly, Your Highness, I personally think that at this time, we may tentatively contact the Wang family of Beihai. Their value is above the purgatory of heaven capital. Wang Tianzong? His Highness smiled and said simply, no. Why not? Lu Shengzongquan asked. Beihai province is geographically very close to Eastern Europe. In fact, in the chaos of Eastern Europe, Beihai province is the most concerned point of all the superpowers. Wang Tianzong needs to consider a lot of things, and Wang Tianzong has his own position. We don't need to contact him. The result we pursue is actually the same. If we go to him at this time, he will doubt, investigate, and distract the energy and strength of the Wang family of Beihai. We can't affect Wang Tianzong. If we go to him now. His Highness smiled. Do you think he doesn't think enough and is not chaotic enough? Baiyu country was not large. It was not large compared to the territory of Snow country of tens of millions of square kilometers. In fact, looking at Eastern Europe and even the whole Europe, Baiyu country could not be regarded as a particularly small country. Among the Eastern European countries in terms of comprehensive strength, Baiyu country should be second only to Snow country. So Baiyu country was very strong. But the Qin family of Baiyu country was stronger. This was the top wealthy family in Eastern Europe. Even in the whole world, it was a super wealthy family in the first line. The influence of the Qin family was not limited to Baiyu country but radiated throughout Europe. The main industries of the family were concentrated in the fields of media, pharmaceuticals, shipping, and oil. As far as Baiyu country was concerned, the strongest industry of the Qin family had almost reached a monopoly position in Baiyu country. Behind it, the Qin family was the leading arms dealer in all of Europe and one of the strongest arms giants. This behemoth entrenched in Eastern Europe was a real local snake. In fact, in the chaos in Eastern Europe, the superpowers in the dark world who were involved in the chaos wanted the support of super wealthy families like the Qin family, Morton, and Violet family the most. This could almost be a guarantee for them to be invincible in the chaos of Eastern Europe. The helicopter entered the border of Baiyu country directly from the sky of Snow country. Qin Weibai sat elegantly and calmly in the cabin, turned his head to look at the mountains and cities below, and thought about the next meeting in silence. The Qin family was very strong. The old fox of the Qin family was even more astute and astute. Qin Weibai did not have much contact with the Qin family in Eastern Europe. But in recent years, the cooperation between the two sides had never been interrupted, and they had always maintained a win-win relationship. This time, the cooperation with the Qin family might be the biggest gamble since the establishment of the cooperation relationship between the two sides. The old fox of the Qin family had made up his mind, but no one knew what decision he would make. The phone vibrated in her pocket. Qin Weibai took out the phone and looked at the text message on the phone. The Holy Disarmament Corps and Holy Punishment Priests of the Vatican officially entered Eastern Europe. He narrowed his eyes and thought of the unfathomable Pope in the Holy Land. This was the power of the Vatican. Although Knights Templars united with the Jiang family of South America to destroy the largest group of elites of Samsara Palace in Eastern Europe. But Knights Templars was Knights Templars. It could not represent the Vatican. However, the Vatican could represent Knights Templars. This power might become an important bargaining chip to force the Qin family to take a stand. Qin Weibai thought quietly. Outside the cabin, the sunlight fell on her through the window. Bathed in a soft halo, she was motionless. She was as beautiful as an unreal cloud. Qin Weiyun sat opposite Qin Weibai and looked at Qin Weibai carefully but worshipfully. For the sister she had recognized in Europe a few years ago, in addition to worship, there was only a kind of almost fanatical, worship. She was indeed born in the Qin family in Eastern Europe, but strictly speaking, she was not a top socialite in Eastern Europe. She was not from the direct line of descent, but a branch of the Qin family, and it was not a very strong branch. Her status in the Qin family was ordinary. However, in recent years, because of the relationship between Qin Weibai and Samsara Palace, the branch of Qin Weiyun's family had gradually been valued and had some right to speak that they had not dared to imagine before. Qin Weiyun wanted to be a woman like Qin Weibai. Mysterious, perfect, elegant, calm, cold, arrogant, and superior, but she took it for granted to maintain her majesty. For Qin Wen, this was the most perfect woman. What are you looking at? Qin Weibai suddenly glanced at her and asked. Sister, you're really beautiful. Qin Weibai said softly, as if she was murmuring to herself. Qin Weibai smiled and reached out to touch Qin Weiyun's head. Qin Weiyun's face, which was as pure as water, turned red. She hesitated and asked a question she would ask every time they met. Sister, why are you called Qin Weibai? Qin Weibai tilted her head and looked at her. She thought for a moment and then smiled. Her smile was very casual, as if she was relieved after thinking. That smile was very beautiful. No matter how you looked at it, it was beautiful. Because your name is Qin Weiyun. The phone rang before Qin Weiyun spoke. Qin Weibai took out her phone and glanced at it. She raised her eyebrows slightly and answered the phone. Sir? Her tone was a little surprised. She had just boarded the plane and had not arrived at the Qin family yet. She did not know why Lin Fengting called. I got some news here. On the phone, Lin Fengting said in a low voice. Qin Weibai did not speak and listened quietly. The Wang family of Beihai. Tianzong seems to be investigating your background. Xian Ming went to the southwest in person. Kunlun City, the Prince Group, and the Wang family of Beihai worked together to investigate. It is said that Xian Ming has found something. At this time, it should have been sent to Mount Dibing. Qin Weibai blinked her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were bright with a very rational light. She nodded and thought for a moment. They should find a doctor. A hospital. There won't be anything else. You? Lin Fengting hesitated. A very subtle feeling rose from his heart. For a moment, he could not even be sure of his feelings. Obviously, Qin Weibai had expected such an investigation. Not only had she expected it, she could even tell what the other party would find out. But she did not destroy those things. If it was not too late, it could only mean that Qin Weibai had prepared for it. So what on earth did she prepare? What was the point of preparing these things? Now that the two sides were in the same position, Lin Yuxian asked directly, Did you prepare in advance? If I didn't prepare, how could they find the doctor? Qin Weibai said softly, Many people know that I came from a small mountain village in the southwest. The southwest is relatively backward. In many places, the household registration problem is unclear. After so many years, if I don't take the initiative to provide something, let alone the joint investigation of the three groups, even the whole Zhongzhou state, what can they find out? In fact, you are wrong. It is not Xian Ming who found something, but the intelligence took the initiative to find him. Lin Fengting was silent for a while. Obviously, he was digesting the news that Qin Weibai said. After a while, he continued to ask, In this case, did you provide this information to the Wang family of Beihai? What kind of information is it? It's meaningless information. Qin Weibai shook her head. I just made a casual remark at the beginning. I didn't expect to use it now. The information is true, but it is meaningless. But for the Wang family of Beihai, it is very important. So as long as Wang Tianzong gets the news, he will think. Sir, I have my eyes on the whole dark world, but the most attention is still on the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Tianzong is too strong. I have to give him new questions one after another. Useful information, useless news, I will throw it to him as much as I can. My goal is to make him think. Before anything happens, no one can tell if the information is useful or not. The more he thinks, the more confused he will be. As long as he is confused, I might be able to find an opportunity. Qin Weibai looked out of the window and whispered, This is just the beginning. The sky in Beihai province was getting brighter. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. Xian Ming followed Wang Tianzong and entered Emperor Hall with the middle-aged man beside him. The decoration of Emperor Hall was very luxurious. But the biggest feeling it gave people was majesty and oppression. Especially the black main hall, which was wide and grand, seemed to be full of oppressive power that made people breathless in silence. The middle-aged man sat on the sofa, trembling, and tightly held a bag in his hand. Wang Tianzong sat opposite Xian Ming, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. "Say it." In the faint smoke, Wang Tianzong looked at Xian Ming and said in a calm voice. Xian Ming opened his mouth, but suddenly he didn't know where to start. On the way from the southwest to Beihai province, he thought too much in his mind and organized a lot of words. But in the face of Wang Tianzong, suddenly, he couldn't say a word. He thought about the results of his inadvertent investigation. That kind of horrible and strange information hit his whole consciousness, and he didn't know where to start. Xian Ming thought for a while, picked up the cigarette box in front of Wang Tianzong and lit a cigarette for himself. "This is Dean Sunday," slowly, Xian Ming said in a low voice. "Your Majesty, Dean's son is a doctor in a private hospital in Shuzhong." Wang Tianzong nodded. Shuzhong was located in the inland at the junction of Tianfu and Qinzhou province. Compared with developed cities, its development speed was slower. During the days when Xian Ming investigated Qin Weibai, he always kept in touch with him. The three groups worked together and finally determined the place where Qin Weibai first appeared. If there was no accident, it should be near Shuzhong. At the beginning, we visited some mountain villages in Shuzhong, but found nothing. But in the process of investigation, we conducted a joint investigation. Some people from Kunlun City and the Prince Group also appeared. The people were mixed together, and it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Xian Ming glanced at Wang Tianzong. When the second team was investigating, our people had a conflict with the elites of Kunlun City and fought with them. We didn't suffer losses, but we injured several brothers. 2 of our brothers were seriously injured, so I arranged for them to stay in Dean Sun's hospital. Wang Tianzong listened quietly. Dean Sun's private hospital often received some special patients, so he accepted our people happily. But after checking their injuries and wounds, that night, there was obvious fear and confusion in Xian Ming's eyes. He swallowed hard. His voice was dry as he said, "That night, the director called me into his office and took out a very old medical record." Wang Tianzong frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced at Dean Sun, who was sweating profusely. The medical records were from a long time ago. Director's son took the medical records and asked me if I was a martial arts master. Xian Ming's tone was full of absurdity. He said that he had a medical record here, which he had come into contact with when he was young. He said that the wounds on the wounded were extremely special. Xian Ming's words were incoherent. He suddenly shook his head. He took out the bag from Dr. Sun's hand and handed it to Wang Tianzong. At the same time, he glanced at Executive Sun and said, "You tell him." Dean Sun opened his mouth and stammered. However, he had communicated with Xian Ming several times on the way here, so he knew what to say. "About 20 years ago." Because of nervousness, Dean Sun's face became a little pale, and he spoke a little reluctantly. "That year, my wife and I had just gotten married, and we opened a private hospital." His tone was short and dry. In the winter of that year, it snowed heavily, and there were few people in the hospital. My wife and I were on duty in the hospital. When the spring festival was approaching, he said in a confused tone, there were no patients that night, but when it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, several monks came to the hospital. "Monks?" Wang Tianzong asked. "Monks?" Dean Sun nodded. A middle-aged monk and 2 relatively young monks. They seemed to be master and apprentice. The monk in the middle was holding a little girl in his arms. His tone was strange. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, or maybe 6 or 7 years old. She was covered with blood and wore a big red dress. She was seriously injured and looked like she was about to die. Wang Tianzong glanced at Xian Ming. Xian Ming nodded and said, "Great Master Wei adopted Qin Weibai. That should be the first time he saw Qin Weibai." "Go on." Wang Tianzong looked at Dean Sun and nodded. At that time, the little girl was seriously injured, but she was very sober. She was about 5 or 6 years old. The big monk begged me to save her, but the little girl kept struggling and said no. She also asked the big monk to kill me and my wife, saying that I owed him a favor or something. At that time, she was bleeding a lot and bleeding on the ground. She was injured all over. Later, the big monk knocked her out, and then we took her to the emergency room. It was the first time I saw that kind of wounded person. Her injury was very strange, too strange. She was the strangest wounded person I have ever met, so I have kept this medical record. It's hard for me to imagine who would be so crazy to kill a child. I also wonder why the child could still be alive. It's so strange. It shouldn't be, Dean's son muttered to himself. She was insane. Killing. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, you'd better look at these photos. Xian Ming suddenly said, he took them that year, and there are X-rays. Wang Tianzong raised his eyebrows and reached out to pour out the things in the bag. One photo after another appeared in front of him, as well as an X-ray from more than 20 years ago. Wang Tianzong picked up one at random. It seemed to be the back of the little girl in the photo, but he couldn't be sure. In the whole photo, the little girl's skin could not be seen at all, and there were bloody wounds everywhere. Huge, bone-deep wounds crisscrossed in the blood. This was indeed the cruelest form of torture. The killer had no idea how many slashes he had made on the little girl's back. Dozens, hundreds of slashes. Blood spread out on the photo. Wounds were everywhere, densely packed, and it seemed like there was no end to them. Wang Tianzong picked up another photo. This time, it looked like arms and legs, very delicate, but there were still countless wounds everywhere. Many of the wounds had turned over the flesh, and they were frozen stiff and pale. Wang Tianzong looked at the photo slowly. His movements became slower and slower, stiff and sluggish. He didn't know when his breathing had started to quicken. Even his usually calm gaze was filled with clear shock and disbelief. Wang Tianzong even felt that he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen. Finally, he picked up the X-ray. His palms were shaking violently. The X-ray was very clear, but Wang Tianzong was not a doctor, so he couldn't see anything. Here, these points are all wounds. The bones have been completely cracked, and the internal organs have been bleeding. We have confirmed that the girl should be Qin Weibai. At that time, almost every bone in Qin Weibai's body was broken, her internal organs were almost completely collapsed, and her muscles and blood vessels were completely torn. As for her body, there were at least more than 500 sword wounds. He looked at Wang Tianzong with strange and fearful eyes. What do you want to say? Wang Tianzong said in a deep voice. This is not a cruel killing, but it is also a cruel killing. Xian Ming took a deep breath. It was true that someone was torturing Qin Weibai in the cruelest way, but they didn't kill her immediately. Instead, they threw her into the snow in winter, wanting her to freeze to death at the most painful time. Your Majesty, more than 500 wounds are all sword wounds. Such sword intent, Xian Ming opened his mouth and tried hard to say, I seem to know it. Wang Tianzong's body shook and he was silent. I know it too, he said slowly. There were many kinds of sword intent in the world. More than 500 wounds on Qin Weibai's body were caused by different sword intent, but it was also a sword. This sword contains several different kinds of sword intent, so a large amount of sword energy tore all her flesh and blood in an instant, destroyed her internal organs, and gave her the most insane torture. What kind of deep hatred was contained in this sword? And with the power of this sword, it was enough to kill Qin Weibai dozens of times. But Qin Weibai was still alive in the end. This kind of exquisite control. Wang Tianzong looked at these photos without saying a word. His palms were a little trembling. Xian Ming knew the sword intent in the photos. Wang Tianzong naturally knew it through these wounds. The countless fine wounds on Qin Weibai's back were the traces of the deceitful Taoist sword. The wounds on her spine that almost tore her body apart were the traces of the sword of Emperor Path. The sword energy tore her body, tore her bones and muscles. This was the domineering Taoist sword. The wounds that almost crippled her limbs came from the sword of Emperor Path. Her internal organs were injured at the same time, leaving an almost incurable hidden danger inside her body. Those were the traces of the sword of Divine Path and the sword of Divine Path. But this was just a sword. It repeated and reincarnated. This sword was the world-shaking unique skill that the Wang family of Beihai had used to look down on the dark world for hundreds of years. It was also their strongest sword. the sword of 6 paths of reincarnation. And this sword was used on a little girl back then. And it was to torture and kill. It was so absurd and so real. Wang Tianzong even had difficulty breathing for a while. What made him even more incredulous was how did this sword come out? Who did it? I can't do this. Wang Tianzong suddenly said, even if I break through now, I can't do this. Even if I completely break through the invincible realm, I can't do it. The sword energy of this sword was extremely strong. If it was Wang Tianzong, he could make the sword energy stronger and more majestic. But such a sword fell on a child and seriously injured her but did not die. This was no longer a matter of control, nor was it a matter of the so-called peak of the invincible realm and the chosen one. No one could do this. Wang Tianzong couldn't do it. Even the ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai who created the 6 paths of reincarnation hundreds of years ago couldn't do it. It was impossible to do it. There was no possibility at all. But this sword was imprinted in the photos at this time and appeared in front of Wang Tianzong. This was the weirdest thing. It could even be said to be the most supernatural thing. Chapter 407. It was August 6th. Yuzhou was hot. The blazing sun shone on every corner of Yuzhou, and the whole Yuzhou was immersed in a suffocating heat. In a closed private club inside the Forbidden City, Li Tianlan drank the special iced tea provided by the club, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the last contract in front of him. The club was called Chang. In Yuzhou, where celebrities were everywhere, there were countless private clubs of all sizes. The Chang and club inside the Forbidden City seemed inconspicuous. In terms of history, it was not as long as the Great Wall Club supported by the Prince Group. In terms of political atmosphere, it was not as good as the Lama Temple supported by the Southeast Group. In terms of international atmosphere, it was not as good as the beautiful land where the wealthy gathered. In terms of pleasure, it was not as good as the Heavenly Earth. It was not comparable to the Black Flag Club, which was full of stars and blood. But the Chang'an Club was the most luxurious club in Yuzhou and even the whole Zhongzhou state. The Chang'an Club had been established for less than 10 years, and less than 100 membership cards had been issued so far. To some extent, the membership card of the Chang'an Club was not something that could prove one's identity in the upper class. And the less than 100 members in the Chang'an Club did not value it either. What they valued were certain channels provided by the Chang'an Club. The Chang'an Club was really not big or famous. But it was very special. In Zhongzhou State, it was the only club that was at ease among the 6 groups, and it had the support of more than one heavyweight in the 6 groups. Zhou Yunhai, director of the North Group. Wu Qiuyang, minister of the academics. Qi Baitsong, the former flag leader of the Special Warfare Group and the current top boss of Zhongzhou State. Secretary General Wu Shijiang of the Army Headquarters. Tong Xiaoshan, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Southeast Group. Cheng Wendao, the Vice President of Zhongzhou State of the Academics. The first membership cards issued by the Chang'an Club were all extremely prominent names. Senior officials of Zhongzhou State. Patriarchs of wealthy families, dark forces, martial arts forces, iron-blooded generals, everything was there. The membership card of the Chang'an Club was indeed not something that could prove one's identity. But the people who could have the membership card of the Chang'an Club had already passed the stage of needing something to prove their identity. Since its establishment, the Chang'an Club had always played its role in silence. The disputes and games under the table of the 6 groups of Zhongzhou State, the negotiations and compromises, the cooperation and transactions between the wealthy families, the promotion of wealth and power, the blood caused by the darkness and martial arts. Terrifying, hidden, low-key, efficient, shocking. In the past 10 years, the Chang'an Club was like a pair of eyes, silently watching everything that happened here. As long as the transactions that happened here were slightly publicized, it would be an unimaginable fortune. Compared to wealth, it was more important to be trusted by the core figures of the 6 major corporations at the same time. A force that could be accepted by everyone at the same time would either be above everyone else, or would be considered harmless by everyone else. Being harmless also meant being neutral. Chang and Club was the largest neutral club. In the past 10 years, it had belonged to the Han family, the largest neutral wealthy family in Zhongzhou State. The moment Li Tianlan signed his name, this place also belonged to Li Tianlan. In other words, part of it belonged to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan got some shares here, not much, just 5%. However, this kind of shares with almost no dividends was meaningless in terms of wealth. Being able to access the club's intelligence as a shareholder was the real priceless thing. In addition to the 5% shares of the Chang and Club, Li Tianlan also received nearly 8 billion in investment, and the detailed investment plan of the Flourishing Age Fund in the future. But he paid very little for it, or it could be said to be a lot. 20% of the future interests of the East Emperor Palace. This price could be said to be heavy or light. What he bet on was the future prospects of the East Emperor Palace and the confidence of both the investor and the invested party. If the East Emperor Palace could not develop in the future or even died young, the investment of the Flourishing Age Fund would undoubtedly be a big loss. But if Li Tianlan really broke through the obstacles and the Li family returned to Zhongzhou State, or even swept the entire dark world, the 20% interests of the East Emperor Palace was almost unimaginable. This was the second time that the Flourishing Age Fund had invested in the East Emperor Palace. Even if the shares of the Chang and Club were not included, the amount of the two investments had already reached 10 billion. If the East Emperor Palace developed smoothly, in the follow-up detailed investment plan, the Flourishing Age Fund would provide the East Emperor Palace with no less than 100 billion and some needed help. Of course, the premise of all this was that the East Emperor Palace had a bright future and could continue to grow. At this stage, in terms of funds, the East Emperor Palace, which had a huge investment, had a good starting point. With money, they could naturally lay a big foundation in Tiannan. From the beginning to the development conditions, the East Emperor Palace had already met 20% interests in the future. Li Tianlan didn't think it was a bad deal. The Flourishing Age Fund valued the potential of the East Emperor Palace, and Li Tianlan also valued the Han family's transcendent position in Zhongzhou State. For some things, the Dongqing clan with a clear position could not come forward, but the Han family might be able to solve them. Li Tianlan put away the contract in front of him and still looked calm. On the eve of his departure for Eastern Europe, it was a happy thing to be able to further cooperate with the Han family. Happy cooperation. Li Tianlan nodded and said. Opposite him, Han Donglu, the patriarch of the Han family, coughed and said with a smile, "When will we leave?" "Everything is settled. If there are no accidents, we will leave tonight," Li Tianlan said lightly. In order to finalize the investment, Han Donglu personally flew from Huading to Yuzhou to meet him. Not to mention his sincerity, the other party dared to pay before the end of the chaos in Eastern Europe. Even Li Tianlan had to admit Han Donglu's courage in investment. "You should have waited." Li Tianlan lit a cigarette and took a drag. "After I came back from Eastern Europe, wouldn't it be safer for you to invest?" "Safer?" Han Donglu couldn't help laughing. "If I pursued stability, I would be in the industry. How can there be absolute stability in the industry I am in? In the industry we are in, no matter how cautious we are in advance, how comprehensive the analysis is, and how well prepared we are, once we start, it looks like a gamble. How can there be stability? What I want is profit, not stability. Of course, if you tell me that when you come back from Eastern Europe, I can still get 20% of the East Emperor Palace's interest with my current investment quota, then I will definitely wait. The question is, do you agree?" "Of course not." Li Tianlan laughed. The current situation was unclear, and the risk of the trip to Eastern Europe was huge. At this time, if Han Donglu paid for 20% of the East Emperor Palace's interest, no one would suffer a loss. But if Li Tianlan didn't die in Eastern Europe and return victorious, then both Li Tianlan and the East Emperor Palace would have a different value. Li Tianlan could still take out 20% of the shares, but if Han Donglu wanted to hold it in his hand, it would be at a different price. So after my team's analysis, we agreed that investing in the East Emperor Palace is the best choice. I know the current situation. You have a good set of cards in your hand. If you play them well, you may win. If I invest now, as long as you can come back alive, I will make a profit. If you die, I will just lose an investment. Although the amount will be large, there will also be an opportunity in Zhongzhou State at that time. I can get back the loss with interest. Han Dongluo's eyes were clear and frank. Looking at Li Tianlan's eyes that suddenly sharpened, he smiled and shook his head. Don't look at me like that. I'm just telling the truth, although it's not pleasant to hear. Tell me something you like to hear. Since I chose to invest at this time, I have confidence in you. I often tell the elites of the Flourishing Age Fund that you can doubt everything in finance and investment, but you can't doubt your own vision and confidence the most. Doubt will lead to hesitation. If you hesitate, you will have concerns. The more you hesitate, the more concerns you have. In the end, you will be wishy-washy. 9 out of 10, you will lose money. Tianlan, you have a strong force in your hands now. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, not to mention victory, as long as you are not stupid, you will definitely have a chance to protect yourself. The Flourishing Age Fund's requirement for you is not victory. As long as you come back alive, even if you have no achievements, it will be a victory. Whether it is Old Gu or Tianzong, they pushed you to this position not to prevent you from making achievements, but to make it clear that they want to kill you. If you don't die, when you return to Zhongzhou State, the East Emperor Palace will definitely have a strong momentum. My investment is equivalent to getting back the cost. You have so many trump cards now. I think it should not be difficult for you to protect yourself. As for the timing of the investment, of course, there are risks. It's not that no one has advised me, nor that I am domineering. It's just that the reasons to persuade me are not enough to persuade me to change my mind. You are now facing great difficulties and life and death crises. But the problem is your future path. Before you reach the peak, you will constantly encounter life and death crises all the way. This time you are in danger in Eastern Europe, so I won't invest. But what if you come back? Let's not talk about my loss. After you come back, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City will certainly not let you go. Their means against you will be more and more intense. This time I won't invest. Should I wait for the next time? What if you are in more danger next time? Should I invest or not? Don't you hesitate? I hate hesitation. If I hesitate, there is the possibility of giving up. And I don't like to give up. Many investors have given up some opportunities to strengthen themselves because of hesitation. Of course, more people have avoided failure because of the same hesitation. Facts seem to prove that their vision is right. Because those they gave up because of hesitation at the beginning all failed and lost money later, so they think that their vision is very high and they are complacent. But in my opinion, those are all idiots. They didn't invest. In the end, they saw the failure of a project and were glad that they avoided losses. But they didn't think that if they had participated in the investment, maybe a project wouldn't have failed. Instead, they would have seen more opportunities. What is the peak? After all, it is false to reach the peak by one's own strength. Even fairy tales dare not write it like this. The real peak has always been reached by a group of people supporting each other. Tianlan, you and I are cooperating now. Before your potential disappears, you don't have to worry about my sincerity. I am very interested in the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace in the future. At present, there is no bargaining chip that can make me lose this interest. Some people in Zhongzhou State have already said that you are the chosen one. With your current achievements, you deserve the title of the chosen one. If one day you become a real chosen one, I can't imagine how much your power will expand. For example, the Wang family of Beihai, their ancestors used to be the chosen one. After hundreds of years and 9 consecutive generations, they can still be regarded as the strongest force in the dark world. I also can't imagine their expansion and status at their peak. If you reach that height in the future, the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace may be 3 Flourishing Age funds, 5, or even 10 Flourishing Age funds. With such great interest and enough hope, of course, I am willing to support you. Not only me, but many people are willing to support you. But it is the most correct for you to choose me and I to choose you. In Zhongzhou State, in terms of economic strength, especially cash, even the Wang family of Beihai dare not easily say that they are stronger than me. The Flourishing Age Fund is rich and crazy enough. If you can prove your value, I dare to pay for your value. If you don't invest now and hesitate, when you reach the peak or near the peak, the investment will be meaningless. At that time, you probably won't release 2% of the shares, let alone 20%. He paused, looked at the calm and peaceful Li Tianlan, and said with a smile, and even if my investment fails, the Han family's foundation is there. Even if Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai have 3 heads and 6 arms, can they tear me apart? I am not as strong as them, but I have cooperation with them. If the Flourishing Age Fund suddenly collapses, not to mention me, they will first suffer a heavy loss. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time. Han Donglu, who always said one thing and did not talk nonsense, also looked at Li Tianlan for a long time. His eyes were playful, thoughtful, and expectant. He had seen Li Tianlan a few days ago in the Sky Academy. Today, when he saw him again, Li Tianlan gave him a completely different feeling. That was not a completely different person after the transformation of power. But at this time, compared with a few days ago, Li Tianlan had an attitude that he had never had before. A few days ago, Li Tianlan was sharp and indifferent. But no matter what he did, he seemed to be drifting with the current, as if he had no clear goal and starting point, so he had no pursuit. But now, Li Tianlan had changed. He was still himself. What changed was his attitude. His eyes would often flash with a light similar to that of contemplation. That was not thinking. It was pursuit. This young man, who was only 22 years old, was now at the forefront of Zhongzhou State for the first time. At this time, he seemed to be doing his best to pursue. He was looking for his position. Han Donglu laughed. Tianlan, even if you don't believe in my sincerity, you shouldn't doubt your ability. You are the chosen one. Your 20% interest in the future has a fatal attraction for anyone. There are not many people in Zhongzhou State who can fully support you, but you can always find some. Except for some forces of the Dongqing clan and the Li family, there is only me who has the guts and position to support you. As if thinking of something, Han Donglu's voice was a little gentle. I didn't doubt it. Li Tianlan said. He had investigated a lot of information about the Han family through the curtain in Huading, and it was very detailed. With enough knowledge, he had never doubted Han Donglu. Because he did not doubt himself. He firmly believed that he would be invincible in the world and sweep the entire dark world. Naturally, he could also realize what the 20% interest of East Emperor Palace meant in the future. Just as Han Donglu had said, it might be 3 or 5. Or even more than the sum of the Flourishing Age Fund. The Flourishing Age Fund was huge. That was one of the most powerful financial giants in the world. In terms of the scale of the Flourishing Age Fund, their development had actually reached a bottleneck, or the ceiling of their current business model. Next, unless Han Donglu could directly control, rather than simply influence, the financial order of a country, a state, or even the world, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough. This was Han Donglu's peak. And after the peak, it was naturally downhill. So the Han family and the Flourishing Age Fund had reached the juncture of seeking change. Li Tianlan's appearance was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to seek change. As Han Donglu himself said, as long as Li Tianlan could guarantee his strength, his sincerity could be completely trusted. Li Tianlan was very sure of this, because it meant that in the future, the Flourishing Age Fund would have a much larger harvest. And this understanding until a long time later, when he really realized what the Flourishing Age Fund meant, he found how absurd his original understanding was. Happy cooperation, Boss Han. Li Tianlan took the initiative to reach out and hold Han Donglu's palm. Han Donglu personally poured a cup of iced tea for Li Tianlan and raised his glass with a smile. To our future. The teacups clinked together. The conversation between the two sides seemed to have become more relaxed. Has the list of the Snowdance Corps been determined? Han Donglu asked. The transfer order has just been issued. There is a meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meeting, I will go directly to Im. Li Tianlan said thoughtfully. The high-level list of the Snowdance Corps was officially determined last night, and it was confirmed that Li Tianlan, the commander of the Snowdance Corps, had the power to fine-tune the division of labor of the Snowdance Corps according to the situation in Eastern Europe. The total number of people in the Snowdance Corps was 19,832. It was composed of dozens of departments such as the Border Control Corps, Sai City, Jade Pool, Mount Shu, Shadow Sting Army, Beihai Corps, Kunlun City, Oriental Excalibur, Totem, Divine Light, Zhongzhou State Special Operations Brigade, Shadow Sect, Azura Path, Butterfly, and so on. It had a huge span, from the military to the special warfare system, to the special forces, to the martial arts forces. The commander of the army was Li Tianlan, and he was awarded the rank of marshal. Qin Qingwan of the Beihai Corps was appointed as the vice-marshal of the Snowdance Corps, and he was awarded the rank of general. Gu Tiankong, the pavilion master of Wind Snow School of Kunlun City, was appointed as the inspector of the Snowdance Corps, and he was awarded the rank of general. Cool Breeze of Sai City, Drifting Cloud, was appointed as the deputy marshal, and he was awarded the rank of lieutenant general. Hua Qingfeng, the master of the Shadow Sect, was the chief of staff, with the same rank as the deputy commander. The two major generals of the Border Control Corps, Li Zhonghu and Sun Mengran, were transferred to the Snowdance Corps and served as the two division commanders. The swordsmen of Jade Pool and Mount Shu formed an assassination group, codenamed Secret Sword. All the lists were officially formed and fully respected Li Tianlan's will. Li Tianlan had been paying attention to the desert. After Li Huaqing personally intervened, Fireman had walked out of the desert prison and would probably arrive in Yuzhou tonight. When this force entered Eastern Europe, it was bound to form a frenzy to attack the superpowers. Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America would bear the brunt. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes, thinking about his duties and the oath he made to the sea in the final battle of Heaven Capital more than 3 years ago. He would destroy the Jiang family of South America in his lifetime. He didn't know if the Jiang family of South America had forgotten that sentence. But the sea would not forget it. He would not forget it either. I have a question. Li Tianlan took a sip of tea and suddenly said, "Go ahead." Han Donglu smiled. Is it related to the Snowdance Corps? No, it's a personal question. I just want to satisfy my curiosity. Li Tianlan smiled. In the past few days, he had asked a lot of people a question. Dongqing Wudi, Bai Zhanfeng, Li Zhonghu, Li Honghe, and Qin Weibai. Even when he met with the senior leaders of the Snowdance Corps, he also asked Yun Qinshi, Han Chongyang, and Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud. But he never got the answer. Some people really didn't know. But there were also some people who knew the answer but didn't tell him. But the answer was always there. Before the expedition, looking at the biggest financial tycoon in the country in front of him, Li Tianlan's heart moved. Out of curiosity, he once again asked the question that he thought had nothing to do with him before, but now he had been thinking about it. Boss Han, do you have any information on Zhongzhou State in recent decades? Which top masters prefer to keep dogs? This question was really boring and extremely gossipy in the eyes of people who didn't know the inside story. Han Donglu was a little stunned. There was a strange flash in his eyes, and then he smiled. Top masters who keep dogs, but I know there is one. Li Tianlan's eyes lit up. Han Donglu's flourishing age fund was huge, but strictly speaking, it was a new force. Li Tianlan didn't expect to get an answer from Han Donglu, but the reality gave him a surprise. Boss Han, who are you talking about? Li Tianlan smiled. Han Donglu gave him a strange look. Top master who keeps dogs, isn't it you? I heard you have a golden retriever. Li Tianlan looked at Han Donglu and suddenly had nothing to say. He was a top master in recent decades. Even in recent centuries, with the combat capability of the invincible realm, he could be regarded as a top master in Zhongzhou State. But Li Tianlan didn't ask about himself. He asked about Dongqing Huangtu. But this name seemed to be a taboo in Zhongzhou State, so Li Tianlan could only use everything he knew to find clues about Dongqing Huangtu. But the information he knew about Dongqing Huangtu was too little. Pitifully little. He knew that Dongqing had a dog. He also knew. Li Tianlan suddenly thought of something and said, Boss Han, do you know about the killers in the Dark World? I'm talking about the killers of the invincible realm. If Dongqing Huangtu was a taboo, the siege back then was destined to be unknown. But the killer of the invincible realm was a clue. When Qin Weibai talked about Dongqing Huangtu, she once said that in Huading, Dongqing Huangtu had killed the only killer of the invincible realm in the dark world with one move. The invincible realm killed the invincible realm. Just one move. The killer of the invincible realm, Han Donglu, frowned. There are relatively few killers of the invincible realm. Killers seldom pay attention to frontal combat. It is said that they are weak in willpower, so it is difficult to break through to the invincible realm. Now, in the dark world, it seems that only Tribulation of Sai City is an invincible realm killer. There was one 3 years ago, codenamed Evil, but you killed him. What about before? Li Tianlan asked. Did anyone die in Huading? Died in Huading? Han Donglu looked at Li Tianlan blankly. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. You mean Ghost Moon? Who is Ghost Moon? Li Tianlan asked. That was many years ago. It seems that there was indeed an invincible realm killer called Ghost Moon at that time. I don't pay much attention to this. Wait a minute. As Han Donglu said this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted at the door, Ao Han. The door of the box was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black suit and sunglasses, a standard bodyguard outfit, came in. He said respectfully, Boss. This is my bodyguard. Han Donglu introduced him with a smile and asked directly, I seem to have heard you talk about Ghost Moon before. It seems that you said it? This is His Highness Li Tianlan. He is more interested in this matter. Ghost Moon? Ao Han muttered to himself, looked at Li Tianlan, and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, he has been dead for many years. He died in Huading? Li Tianlan asked. Ao Han nodded. It was in Huading Airport. It has been more than 20 years. I was still in Huading Special Operations Bureau. At that time, Ghost Moon sneaked into Huading. I don't know what he wanted to do. Zhongzhou State got the news and sent us to the airport to search. And then? Li Tianlan asked calmly. Ao Han glanced at Li Tianlan. Then he was killed. His eyes were strange and fanatical. He seemed to be a witness of the battle that year. Even after many years, he still had a deep impression of that battle. Li Tianlan subconsciously sat up straight and said calmly, Who killed him? Ao Han wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at Han Donglu and then at Li Tianlan, frowning slightly. Just tell the truth. Han Donglu seemed to think of something and seemed to understand what Li Tianlan was investigating. It's Marshal Li. Ao Han glanced at Li Tianlan and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, it was your father, Li Guangtu, who killed Ghost Moon at the airport. One sword strike. Yuzhou was in a turbulent situation. When the list of the Snowdance Corps was confirmed, the final maneuver of the 2 academies was still going on in the Sky Academy. This was already the 7th day of the maneuver. The maneuver was approaching the second half. In the ward of the Sky Academy, several members of the East Emperor Palace were bored to death watching the TV broadcast in the ward. They were a little bored. The maneuver of the 2 academies this time was actually very exciting. But perhaps because the first day was too shocking, the subsequent wonderful maneuver suddenly lost a lot of its appeal. Not to mention the few people from the East Emperor Palace. In recent days, even the number of people who came to watch the ceremony had decreased a lot. Such a scene inevitably gave people the impression that this final maneuver was the most valuable, but also the least valuable. It's boring. Li Beidian sat on the bed and ate an apple. He looked at the TV screen dully and suddenly said, Tianlan is going to Eastern Europe tonight. It's too urgent. Give me another 2 months, no, a month and a half. Damn it, in a month, my injury will be better. If I go to Eastern Europe at that time, do you think I can be a general? Do you think generals are cabbages? Or the general of the Special Warfare Battalion, who can carry a general star on his shoulder in the Snowdance Corps? At least they are at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. You can only be a field officer if you go there. Ning Qianqing said disdainfully. Li Beidian cursed, then suddenly laughed and said, A field officer is not a small position. At least I'm a real thunder-shocking realm martial artist, so I should at least be a colonel. Brother Tough, you're different. If you go there, can you be a lieutenant? As an expert a half-step to the thunder-shocking realm, you can definitely be a lieutenant. He saluted Ning Qianqing and said seriously, "Hello, Captain Ning." "Get lost." Ning Qianqing scolded him rudely. Li Beidian did not refute. He was silent for a while, then shook his head. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, it was more of a self-deprecation than a tease between the two." In the Snowdance Corps, the generals were at least at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. They were a field officer and a lieutenant. Not to mention being injured, even in their heyday, they could not play a big role. It was better than nothing. However, the commander of such an elite corps, the youngest marshal of the special warfare system, was their brother. The huge gap between them not only brought about disappointment, but also confusion and confusion. "I suddenly feel that it's meaningless to stay in the Sky Academy," Li Beidian said in a self-deprecating tone. "I'll graduate soon. I can't stay even if I want to." Ning Qianqing's tone was flat. The ward fell silent again. Yu Qingyan, who had considered marrying Ning Qianqing, sat beside him and held his hand. "I'll go to Eastern Europe." In front of the window of the ward, Su Chu's tall figure almost blocked the sunlight outside. He suddenly turned around and said. The sun shone on his back, and his expression was a little vague. "My injuries shouldn't be too big of a problem. I can recover slowly. I'll go to Eastern Europe, at least to help young master," Su Chu said. Although his strength had not reached the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, he was a thunder-shocking realm expert with Thunder Vein, so he could not be underestimated. Su Chu did not care about his position. It was also good to follow Li Tianlan and be a bodyguard. "What?" Li Tianlan suddenly raised his eyebrows. "If you go to Eastern Europe, then of course we also, let's go to Tianan." A haggard but still pleasant voice suddenly sounded outside the ward. They turned around at the same time. Yu Qingyan cheered, stood up, and said with a smile, "Sister Yuetong." It was Wang Yuetong who appeared outside the ward. After walking out of Mount Dibbing and giving up the identity of a princess, she did not go to Yuzhou to find Li Tianlan, but went directly to the Sky Academy. So far, she had not even called Li Tianlan. Wang Yuetong's face was a little pale, and her beautiful big eyes were a little red and swollen. It seemed that she had cried not long ago. But at this moment, without the identity of a little princess, there was a touch of strength in her eyes. She took Yu Qingyan's hand and shook it hard. "Yuetong." Li Beidian looked at her in surprise. You didn't go to Yuzhou to find Tianlan? What can I do with Tianlan?" Wang Yuetong's eyes were a little blank. She chuckled and said, "With my current strength, if I go to Yuzhou, can I follow him to Eastern Europe? If I go now, I will even be a burden, not to mention help." Ning Qianqing frowned and did not speak. "So," Wang Yuetong whispered, "go to Tianan. It will become the most important foundation of Tianlan in the future. You are his brothers, and now you are all looking for your own value. I am his woman, and I also need to find my own value." She looked at Li Beidian and Ning Qianqing. "Our value may be in Tianan. Tianlan goes to Eastern Europe to deal with the chaos. It is good for us to go to Tianan first to lay the foundation." Li Tianlan, Wang Yuetong, Ning Qianqing, Li Beidian, all of them were very young. At the age when they could squander their youth, every young person seemed to be confused. They were looking for their own value in confusion. Li Tianlan was also looking for his own direction in confusion. They were all so resolute and so duty-bound. Therefore, some very important things were determined in just a few words. There was no hesitation or hesitation. So there was no worry. It was the afternoon of August 6th in Zhongzhou State. The list of the Zhongzhou State Snowdance Corps was formed. Li Tianlan, the youngest marshal in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, led the team north. And the most important team around him, led by Wang Yuetong, began to go south. The light shone down from the sky, and the sun turned into moonlight, bright and clear as always. In fact, any beginning that was crowned as great by later generations was just ordinary when things happened at that time. Chapter 408. The glaring fire burned the night sky, and shrill screams spread out in the night. There were flashing police lights on both sides of the road, and dense figures were everywhere. The firemen were busy putting out the flames. Black smoke billowed up. The luxurious and exquisite manor in the past had become ruins. Bloody corpses were scattered randomly on the ground and were carried away by doctors and nurses in white. In the cold and murderous atmosphere, Jiang Chenyan, a master on the holy list with the code name Black Hand in the Dark World, looked at the scene with a gloomy face and did not speak for a long time. The fat policeman stood beside Jiang Chenyan with a serious face and kept asking questions. A large number of weapons, even a lot of heavy weapons, were found in the ruined manor, and the assailant attacked the place with the fastest speed and the most violent means. Everything was short. It was hard to say whether it was a battle or a massacre. In less than 3 minutes, dense gunshots boiled in the night, and the roar of bombs rang through half of the city. Blood spurted out in the chaos. One by one, the elites of the Jiang family of South America were destroyed and torn apart by absolute violence. When the fire rose into the sky, the battle was over. This scene suddenly made the local police feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Coming to the manor with the police were the middle-level heads of the National Security Department. They were standing in front of Jiang Chenyan and asking him all the questions they thought could lead to clues. For example, the origin of the weapons in the manor. For example, the motive of the Jiang family of South America to stay here. For example, whether Jiang Chenyan had offended anyone. Maybe it was the Snow Country Mafia who raided the manor. Jiang Chenyan frowned tightly. His body was no longer trembling, but the irritation and disgust between his eyebrows could not be concealed. Finally, when the fat police chief proposed that Jiang Chenyan must give an explanation, Jiang Chenyan could not bear it any longer. He pulled his fat body over and kicked the middle-level official of the National Security Department away. "Don't mess with me, fat pig. I'm a guest here, not a prisoner. I hope you know your duties." Jiang Chenyan held back his killing intent, slowly put down the policeman and said coldly, "Now take your men and get out." All the policemen nearby were in an uproar. The director, who was no longer young, coughed a few times with difficulty. Just as he was about to order the thugs in front of him to be arrested with a furious face, a group of mysterious people in black suits had entered the scene. There were a total of 8 men in black suits surrounding a middle-aged man in sportswear. The middle-aged man glanced at the embarrassed police chief, frowned slightly, and waved his hand casually. The police chief, who was considered a powerful figure in the city, didn't dare to say a word. He couldn't care less about his dignity. He smiled apologetically and began to retreat. At the same time, he took all the policemen nearby with him. "I'm sorry." The middle-aged man walked up to Jiang Chenyan and touched his big nose helplessly. "It happened so suddenly that I couldn't help here. Mr. Jiang, I hope we can get your understanding." Jiang Chenyan managed to control his expression. His eyes softened a little and he said calmly, "It doesn't matter. It's just a pity to destroy the manor you like, Mr. Rekvia. I will compensate you for your loss." Rekvia is not a name. In Eastern Europe, it was an absolutely prominent surname, representing a top wealthy family in Eastern Europe. Perhaps in the whole of Europe, the Rekvia family was not as powerful as the Morton family and the Violet family. But at least in the land of Eastern Europe, Rekvia's authority would not be worse than anyone else's. It was the largest and even the only wealthy family in Wulan State. In Wulan State, the second largest country in Europe, Rekvia was almost synonymous with supremacy. After the collapse of the Polar Ground Alliance, the superpowers of the Dark World entered Eastern Europe one after another. Some found partners on the spot after entering Eastern Europe. Some dark forces already had partners before they entered Eastern Europe. The Rekvia family was the most powerful ally of the Jiang family of South America in Eastern Europe. Therefore, a considerable part of the elites of the Jiang family of South America were concentrated in Wulan State. There were nearly 800 elites in Reki City, the capital of Wulan State alone. This manor was the place provided by the Rekvia family to the Jiang family of South America to settle their own people. Nearly 200 elites all lived here. This group of people just entered Wulan State 2 days ago. They didn't even play their strength in the chaos of Eastern Europe. Because of the raid tonight, they were all wiped out. The most important thing was, within the Jiang family of South America, these 200 people were the direct descendants of Jiang Chenyan. It's just a property. It's nothing. The current patriarch of the Rekvia family smiled calmly, then narrowed his eyes and said, "It's just that I'm curious about who dares to come to Reki City to be the enemy of the Rekvia family. Mr. Jiang, do you have any clues?" This raid seemed to be a coincidence and deliberate. Jiang Chenyan was supposed to go to the Rekvia family's dinner today, but when he was still on the way, the manor was attacked. What was more embarrassing was that Jiang Chenyan set off from here to attend the dinner. When the attack happened, Jiang Chenyan had just left here for less than 20 minutes. "It's people from Zhongzhou State." Jiang Chenyan gritted his teeth and said with cold eyes, "Sai City." Sai City was a world-famous city of assassins. The way of assassins was not always deceitful. Especially for the strong, the top assassins were as calm and domineering as anyone else. When Tribulation drove out of Reki City, Sidu Tsangyue had been standing at their original place and waiting for a long time. In the thick night, she was dressed in a white dress, and her long hair was blown by the wind. In a trance, she was like a shadow. Tribulation parked the car beside her. Sidu Tsangyue sat in the car and was silent. The car started again. In the car, which was neither fast nor slow, Tribulation suddenly coughed violently. The cough was dull and hoarse. The frequency was not fast, but it was deep, as if it was heart-wrenching. "I'll drive," Sidu Tsangyue said. Tribulation shook his head, waved his hand, and reluctantly said, "No need." He coughed for a while, straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was silent for a long time. "There was an accident tonight." After a long time, Tribulation said softly. Situ Tsangyue, who had been looking at her brother's face, said nothing more. Tonight, the division of labor between the two was very clear. Situ Tsangyue's goal was a manor in the south of Reki City, while Tribulation's goal was a club in the north of the city. Situ Tsangyue's move of useless heaven and earth almost completely wiped out the entire manor. After completing the task, she waited for a long time before seeing Tribulation come. Needless to say, she knew that there was an accident tonight. "Can you control your injuries or not?" Sidu Tsangyue asked, frowning tightly. Tribulation was the only invincible realm killer in the dark world today. Many people knew about this. But few people knew that since he broke through in Heaven Capital, Tribulation's injury had never healed. From the chi-controlling realm to the ice-condensing realm, fire-flaming realm, thunder-shocking realm, and straight into the invincible realm, this road of martial arts was steep and fierce to the extreme. Tribulation proved the feasibility of this road and its strength. Tribulation was very strong now. He had reached the end of this road. If he didn't care about his injury, Tribulation's real combat capability would be far better than Situ Tsangyue's. It was entirely possible for him to be ranked in the top 10 of the divine list, or even close to the top 5 of the divine list. Not to mention the top 5 of the divine list. As long as he entered the divine list, Tribulation could be regarded as the only invincible realm killer in the dark world in the past 100 years to enter the divine list. But Tribulation's breakthrough was too intense, and the injury left was so serious that it could hardly be healed. It had been more than 3 years since the final battle of Heaven Capital, but Tribulation, who had terrifying combat capability, had not succeeded in stabilizing his realm. His realm went up and down, and sometimes it would fall from the invincible realm. Not to mention his own feelings, Sitangyue, as his elder sister, was frightened. Tribulation was indeed very strong now, but the strength he could exert now was at most equivalent to the strength before he broke through, or even slightly worse. His injury and body had completely limited his strength. Such a breakthrough was even worse than not breaking through at all. "There is still a chance," Tribulation said blandly. "The Jade Seal is still in my hands." The Jade Seal, Sitangyue sneered and said, "Without the Jade Seal that Tianlong gave you, it is unknown whether you can live until now. Judging from your current injury, the jade seal can only save your life at most. Tribulation fell silent. I'll think about it. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. It's time to make up your mind. At your current age, you still have a chance. Situ Tsangyue said. Tribulation did not speak. He knew what it meant to make up his mind. His current problem was difficult to solve, but in essence, it was actually very simple. The power of the invincible realm was very strong. But he went straight from the chi-controlling realm to the invincible realm. This kind of breakthrough was too intense. Although he was lucky to succeed, the huge power of the invincible realm had almost crushed Tribulation's body. Simply speaking, his current body, because of the injury, could not bear the power of the invincible realm at all. And as long as this power was still there, his injury could not be healed. This matter was difficult to solve, or it was difficult to solve it perfectly. At present, the only possibility was that Tribulation chose to lower his realm by himself. If this word was used on other people, it might be barely acceptable. But how cruel it was to be used on Tribulation. Other invincible realm experts would at least be a half-step invincible realm expert if they lowered their realm. If Tribulation chose to leave the invincible realm, he did not enter the ice-condensing realm, the fire-flaming realm, or the thunder-shocking realm. Once he lowered his realm, he would be in the chi-controlling realm. Who could accept this fact? In any case, I have to delay the final battle in Snow Country. Tribulation said softly, before the final battle, I'll try to do as little as possible. In my current state, there are not many opportunities for me to take action. I'll try to use them at the critical moment. Situ Tsangyue said, yes, we did our duty to deal with the Jiang family of South America tonight and give Zhongzhou State an explanation. What's your plan next? Do it according to the original plan. Tribulation said, go to Snow Country. Situ Tsangyue glanced at him. Tribulation seemed to realize something and changed his words. Go to Mormons and meet her. Mormons was a city in Snow Country. To go to Mormons was to go to Snow Country. But Tribulation's tone was calm, as if he was emphasizing something. Don't you want to have a look? Situ Tsangyue was silent for a while and suddenly asked. Tribulation's eyes calmly looked straight at the road ahead in the night. The scenery on both sides of the road quickly went backward in the advance of the vehicles. The car kept speeding up. Tribulation's voice was calm and without any fluctuation. What's there to see? If you want to see, it's naturally good. I don't want to see. Don't want to see? I don't want to see. There was a sudden silence in the car. Only the sound of the engine was roaring. In just a few words, the car had unconsciously reached its limit in Tribulation's hands. She has helped you a lot. Situ Tsangyue said calmly, when you went up from the chi-controlling realm, you encountered a lot of problems. If she hadn't helped you solve the most critical problem, you might have been stuck there. I saved her life. Tribulation said briefly, that was her reward for me. That was the only mission you failed. If you hadn't fallen in love with her, how could you have given up the mission to save her? Situ Tsangyue chuckled. The corners of Tribulation's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes were cold and hard. Go and have a look. Situ Tsangyue expressed her position. I want to have a look too. I don't want to see it. Tribulation suddenly smiled. It's meaningless. She is not her. There's no need to see it. She is not her. Situ Tsangyue's eyes were a little dazed. Well, he is not him. She and him. We're not him. If we can see each other again, Situ Tsangyue laughed at herself. If we can see each other again, it would be best if we are not enemies. Tribulation whispered. This sentence was very clear. Because it was clear, it was cruel. It would be best if they were not enemies. If there were enemies who could not distinguish life and death, what was the meaning of the word best? Tribulation looked ahead. His eyes were dazed and calm. Trance and calmness were constantly alternating. The corners of his mouth were raised, and his smile was a little complicated. You are not reconciled. Situ Tsangyue said calmly. So what if I am not reconciled? Tribulation whispered. When she was still a holy punishment priest, I couldn't take her away. What can I do now? In fact, I understood that I had the power to take her away, But I didn't have that kind of will. She wouldn't go with me. I'm an assassin, and she's a priest. Now I'm a highness among killers, and she's the Holy Virgin of the Vatican. When we parted that year, we knew very well that she could only be the Holy Virgin and would never be Mrs. Situ. So in the darkness of that year, the young man named Situ Wanjie was most thoroughly immersed in the killing of the dark shadow. He became a pure tribulation. Whether willing or not, there would be many firsts in life. Many firsts might be against one's will, but strictly speaking, it was not difficult, because there was no choice. But it was the most difficult to repeat life without choice. The afterglow of the polar sun was getting dimmer. Under the soft sunlight, She stood in front of the window of the Jelly Country Hotel, looking at the bustling scene outside, and her eyes became more and more dull. She was afraid of the repetition of fate and choices. But the purpose of her trip was to repeat. She repeatedly killed one person, killed two people. She repeatedly killed people she didn't want to kill. She repeatedly killed people she had killed but didn't kill. This feeling was very torturous. But after suffering became a habit, it became numb and ignorant coldness and exhaustion. Exhaustion became eagerness. She wanted to end all eagerness. As long as it was over. No matter how it ended, it didn't matter. As long as it was over. In the sunny night, she turned around and took out her mobile phone to make a call. The phone was quickly connected. A calm and cautious voice sounded. "Hello. This is Shi." Shi held the phone and spoke in a brief tone. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Shi had been silent for so long that everyone outside Kunlun City seemed to have forgotten her existence. After a long time, the voice on the phone sounded again. "Hello, madam, where are you now?" "I'm at the Oga Hotel. I like it here very much. You don't have to pick me up." Shi said calmly. The man on the phone was silent again for a while, and then whispered, "Okay, madam." Shi held the phone quietly and was silent for a long time before she said flatly, "Is there any news from the purgatory of Heaven Capital?" "We are currently investigating, but it is certain that daybreak of the purgatory of Heaven Capital has entered Eastern Europe, but we are still unable to determine deity's whereabouts." On the phone, the man's voice was cautious. "Keep investigating." She said lightly, "In the chaos of Eastern Europe, the only thing you need to do is to determine the whereabouts of deity of the purgatory of Heaven Capital." The man responded calmly. She hung up the phone in silence and sat on the bed. The bed was very soft. However, an even more obvious fatigue engulfed her like a tide, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression. She closed her eyes and fell on the bed. She didn't want to be sorry to the Li family. But in the end, she stabbed him in the heart and the key point of the entire Li family. She didn't want to help Gu Xingyun now. But because of Li Qingqing, she had to come to Eastern Europe. She had been silent for most of her life. But when she needed to do something, fate would always push her body and push her in the opposite direction of her will. She had long been tired of such a life and spurned the world. So this time, she obeyed Gu Xingyun's orders, but she did not intend to completely obey Gu Xingyun's orders. The sky in Kunlun City was too cold. Gu Xingyun's face was too disgusting. In the icy and snowy Eastern Europe, she really had the idea to end all this. She couldn't resist Gu Xingyun. But she didn't intend to fight for the interests of Kunlun City in Eastern Europe. In this cold but quiet place, if she could drag the man who she didn't know was called deity or Li Guangtu to go with her. For her, that was the best ending. Eastern Europe. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, a flight from Zhengzhou State to Snow Country landed smoothly at the capital airport after a connecting flight from Snow Country to Im. The capital airport had been completely under martial law a day ago. All flights had stopped operating. The martial law had lasted from the early morning of the previous day to the present. The entire Im officials seemed to be quietly waiting for the landing of the special plane. Lieutenant General Cheng Huaining, the new commander of the Arctic Ocean Command of Zhengzhou State, stood in the airport in a military uniform. He stood tall and straight and was calm and composed, surrounded by a group of senior officials of Im. The Im officials attached great importance to the pickup. Not only did they agree that the order of the airport would be maintained by the Zhongzhou State Garrison, but they also sent IM's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister, Trace, to lead a large team that was comparable to the foreign investigation team to meet them in person. The huge plane was taxiing on the runway, and the roar was getting closer and closer. Cheng Huaining glanced at the plane, glanced at IM's Foreign Affairs Minister Trace beside him, and said with a smile, "His Highness, they are transferring from Snow Country. There are some problems in Snow Country, which delayed some time. Mr. Prime Minister, if there is no accident this time, when His Highness goes back, maybe Zhongzhou State will consider establishing a direct route from Zhongzhou State to IM. At that time, please support us, Mr. Prime Minister." A direct route from Zhongzhou State to IM. Terence was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. He nodded and said, of course, I will support it. General Cheng, I personally yearn for Zhongzhou State. I am also willing to urge the government to strengthen the bilateral relationship between IM and Zhongzhou State. Cheng Huaining nodded with a smile. Once the direct route from Zhongzhou State to IM was established, Zhongzhou State would benefit, but the government of IM would benefit the most. IM had no reason not to agree. The support he mentioned was undoubtedly not the support of the route, but the position and performance of IM in the chaos in Eastern Europe. Some time ago, the president of IM personally met Jiang Qianyan of the Jiang family of South America. Now, although he was still friendly to Zhongzhou State, people with discerning eyes could see that his attitude had gradually wavered. Cheng Huaining had just arrived at the Arctic Ocean Command, so he naturally did not want to see this happen. IM was one of the garrisons of the Arctic Ocean Command. If he switched sides to the Jiang family of South America, it would not only be trouble for him, but also lose his face. The plane slowly stopped. The cabin opened. The gangway was lowered. In the silence, one after another, officers of the Special Warfare System of Zhongzhou State in military uniforms got off the plane. The dark green military uniforms occupied the vision of a large number of senior officials of IM. Cheng Huaining subconsciously straightened his body. A large number of senior officials from both military and political sides of IM also widened their eyes. They all knew a name. That name now meant the strongest among the younger generation in the Dark World. Everyone wanted to see the demeanor of the young chosen one. Officers appeared one after another. Some were tough, some were quiet, some were calm, and some were wild. Terence, the official leader of IM, was dazzled. A young man in the same military uniform finally came out of the cabin. Terence glanced at him casually and ignored him. He was still looking for the legendary young marshal of Zhongzhou State. Cheng Huaining straightened his body at the first time. Salute. Near the airport, all the garrison troops of Zhongzhou State stood at attention and saluted at the same time. Lieutenant General Cheng Huaining of the Arctic Ocean Command of Zhongzhou State pays respect to Your Highness. Cheng Huaining's steady and loud voice resounded through the entire airport. Terence was startled, and his eyes subconsciously shifted to the young man. Then he shifted. Then he shifted back. He was a young man who couldn't be any more ordinary. Although the marshal's military uniform was very conspicuous, but it always made people unable to help but ignore his existence. He was standing there clearly, but it gave people the feeling that he didn't notice him at all. The young man slowly went down the gangway and raised his hand to salute back. As he walked, he was like a transparent shadow that was illusory, indistinct, and calm and collected. But the moment he raised his hand, the entire airport suddenly became incomparably real. He stood there quietly and saluted back. But the illusory feeling of being ignored just now completely disappeared. The lights of the airport shone on his military uniform and rank. The light was boundless. General Ning. Li Tianlan put down his arm, held Cheng Huaining's hand, and said with a chuckle, "Thank you for your hard work." It was late at night on August 7th in Eastern Europe. Under the attention of all the dark forces in the world, the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State came. The light of the polar sun was getting dimmer and dimmer. The sun was gradually falling. In the manner of Mormons, Qin Weibai, who had returned from Bayou State, was wearing a coat and standing quietly at the top of the villa, looking at the flowers blooming all over the manor. The flowers were in full bloom in violation of the season and the temperature. There were thousands of colors and vitality everywhere. Qin Weibai looked at them quietly, expressionless. It's actually very beautiful. Although it's a little messy, it's much better than before. Lin Fengting's voice sounded beside Qin Weibai with a smile. You don't like it? I hate being deceived. Qin Weibai said softly. A scapegoat was not a scapegoat. What she left for Li Tianlan was a mortal love. When she returned to the manor and saw the flowers in the garden, Qin Weibai already understood what had happened. But Xian Xuanzi had gone far away after doing all this. As for the two senior brothers, according to Xian Xuanzi, they were all traveling and couldn't be contacted. Thus, this life force was firmly stuck here and could no longer be erased. Only when you are alive can you be qualified to hate something. Lin Fengting said softly, this is good, really good. Maybe. Qin Weibai took a deep breath and said softly. Xian Yuan's sword is already on its way to Eastern Europe. In order to avoid attracting attention, they will come in batches. They will all arrive in Mormons in about a week. What's your arrangement? Lin Fengting asked. Qin Weibai thought for a moment, shook her head slowly and said, no, just stay here. Stay here? Lin Fengting was a little stunned. Qin Weibai said yes. The chaos in Eastern Europe, Lin Fengting frowned. In the end of the chaos, there must be a final battle. Qin Weibai said softly, no matter where we fight, the final battle can only be in Mormons, not anywhere else. In the outsider's impression, the Samsara Palace has been destroyed. I will wait for them here and give everyone a surprise. She looked at Lin Fengting. Sir, you seem to have forgotten that I said this would be the place of the final battle. Here? Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai. What's special here? In the whole of Eastern Europe, this is the most special place. Qin Weibai laughed. Sir, you can think of this as a base set up by the Samsara Palace here. The Samsara Palace owns more than a manor in Mormons, but some things can't be seen until the final battle. Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai for a long time before he nodded. I'll wait and see. Qin Weibai didn't speak. She just looked up at the polar sun in the sky. The polar sun slowly sank and finally disappeared completely from sight. There was no day and night in the polar sun. The sun would rise again the moment it set. But today, however, the setting sun did not appear after it set. Before the lights of Mormons came on, the polar sun disappeared. The thick and deep night enveloped the whole world in an instant. A pale green light suddenly lit up in the dark sky, which was as silent as a grave. The light danced in the sky, reflecting the entire night sky with incomparable brilliance. That was the most beautiful spectacle in the world. The polar night aurora. The temperature of Mormons was dropping. The wind was dancing wildly in the darkness. The cold wind blew over and messed up Qin Weibai's long hair that was tied up. She stood quietly, but her hair suddenly flew under the laser, extremely presumptuous. Qin Weibai raised her head and still stared at the night high in the sky. The aurora in the sky kept flickering in her eyes. Only the darkness grew deeper. The everlasting night officially arrived. Chapter 409. In a capitalist country, power could block a lot of things, but it could not block the media. In Europe, perhaps not all media companies had the status of a giant, but any super tycoon would definitely have extraordinary power in the media field. So when a group of middle-level and high-level officers of the Snowdance Corps walked out of airport, the cameras of countless media were flashing. The dark green military uniform that appeared in seemed to have become a picture full of power, which was transmitted to all corners of Eastern Europe in the fastest time. Li Tianlan. This name, which had just appeared on the stage of the Dark World, was still strange to most people. Perhaps the deepest impression he left on the Dark World was his decisiveness in breaking into the invincible realm in the decisive battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, and his amazing sword in the maneuver of the 2 academies of Zhongzhou State not long ago. Most people might not know what this young marshal of Zhongzhou state meant. But without accurate cognition, it did not mean that he would be ignored. A young marshal full of vigor and sharpness at a young age, and an elite special warfare battalion with a luxurious lineup, this force was no less than anyone in Eastern Europe. No one would ignore them, and no one dared to ignore them. The northernmost part of Snow Country had ushered in the polar night. The ink-like darkness enveloped Vasilis Cathedral. The lights in the church were almost dazzling and looked particularly brilliant in the night. The polar day and the polar night alternated. The daylight disappeared late at night. Darkness enveloped the morning. When the brilliant aurora in the sky slowly dissipated, the whole world seemed to become dead silent. The Holy Virgin of the Vatican, Angel, stood on the bell tower of the church and watched the light filling the night gradually disappear. She slowly turned around and looked at the TV screen on the indoor wall. Eastern European news was playing on the screen. For all of Eastern Europe, this was a new TV channel. It was a new news channel set up by Dachin International Media in Eastern Europe about a month ago. Dachin International was in Bayou State. However, the Eastern European News Channel gathered the major events of all the countries in Eastern Europe and broadcast them in the news. In the chaotic land full of interests, blood, power, and beliefs, the Eastern European News Channel had undoubtedly become a sharp sword in the hands of the Qin family in Bayou country. On the TV screen, the dignified and elegant host was telling about a mysterious attack that took place in Reki city of Wulan state an hour ago. The fire in the live video was still not extinguished. The chaotic lights and the crowd kept moving in the flickering. The doctors and nurses of Reki city kept carrying the bodies onto the stretchers. The beautiful manor had become ruins. The camera kept shaking. Intentionally or unintentionally, Jiang Qianyan's gloomy face and Rekvia's face appeared in the camera for a moment. Angel watched in silence. The presenter's voice in the news was soft and low, with a bit of solemnity and compassion. It sounded emotional, but after listening to it for a long time, it always sounded routine. The scene in the news changed, and the sky above the capital of I'm appeared. Compared with the solemnity of Wulan state, I'm in the picture was only majestic. The dark green military uniforms and military ranks of Zhongzhou state appeared on the TV screen, but all of them had the same back view. They were silent, resolute, and had a sense of forbearance and strength. There was a row of black cars lined up in front of the airport. Countless soldiers of Zhongzhou state got into the cars. The vehicles, like a long line, started slowly. From beginning to end, the faces of these soldiers were never photographed. Angel was not sure what this meant. Compared with Jiang Qianyan's face that appeared in the camera intentionally or unintentionally in Wulan state, the backs of Zhongzhou state soldiers were somewhat meaningful. Was this the position and attitude that the Eastern European news had not clearly expressed? Behind the Eastern European news was the Qin family of Bayou State. The Qin family, which was close to the Qin clan. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, the position of the Qin family was definitely one of the things that attracted the most attention. Angel wasn't sure if the news was telling the truth. It was the Jiang family of South America that was attacked in Wulan state. Angel looked at the ending news screen, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "Obviously." A soft but somewhat evil voice sounded. I talked to Jiang Qianyan on the phone. It was the two highnesses of Sai City in Zhongzhou state who attacked. Not only the manor on TV, but also another club in Reki city where the elites of the Jiang family of South America were placed suffered heavy losses. This is the revenge of Zhongzhou state. Not far from Angel sat a very quiet man. A man with a unique temperament. His appearance was between that of a young man and a middle-aged man, and his figure was slightly thin. He seemed to be handsome, but also very ordinary. The light shone on him. His smile was quiet and calm, but his face was a little blurred. He was the chief knight of Knights Templars. In the dark world, his identity was the Master of Knights Templars, an invincible realm expert. Chaos. Angel glanced at him. Hearing the two highnesses of Sai City, her eyes were a little complicated. But when her eyes fell on Chaos, her eyes had become calm. You don't seem to be worried? Angel asked. Chaos looked at the face behind the veil, which was even blurrier than his. His eyes were gentle and humble, but behind this facade, there was a scorching heat that could burn everything. Chaos looked at him for a long time. He bowed slightly and said calmly, "I don't know what your Highness Holy Virgin means." The status of the chief knight of Knights Templars was very high in the Dark World. But the entire Knights Templars was a vassal institution of the Vatican. Its position within the Vatican was even lower than that of the bishops, the saint warriors, and the holy punishment priests. Strictly speaking, it was not an institution that could sit in front of the Holy Virgin. He could sit in front of Angel calmly because he was an invincible realm expert. That was all. "You know very well." Angel looked into Chaos's eyes. "You know that this is the revenge of Zhongzhou State. Your Excellency, what reason do you have to think that Zhongzhou State will only retaliate against the Jiang family of South America and let Knights Templars go? You joined hands with the Jiang family of South America and killed not only the elites of Samsara Palace, but also the garrison of Zhongzhou State. This is very stupid. Should I congratulate you for attracting the attention of Zhongzhou State?" Chaos was silent for a while. After a long time, he slowly said, "I didn't slaughter the garrison of Zhongzhou State." Angel nodded. "Sounds like it's true. But does anyone believe it?" She looked at Chaos coldly. "I don't believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not." Chaos shook his head. "No means no. I will explain it to Zhongzhou State. They believe it, and then the two have nothing to do with each other. They don't believe it. Knights Templars has never been afraid of war since its establishment. I will also shoulder my responsibilities. Your Highness Holy Virgin can rest assured that the victory in the chaos of Eastern Europe belongs to the Vatican and Knights Templars. I appreciate a lot of qualities." Angel's tone was cold. "But I don't appreciate arrogance. Your Excellency, your courage is commendable, but your stupidity is equally surprising. You are not afraid of war, but from the standpoint of the Vatican at this stage, neither the Vatican nor Knights Templars should attract the attention of Zhongzhou State. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, Zhongzhou State has not only the two highnesses of Sai City, but also a more terrifying majesty, a younger highness, and an entire special warfare battalion. In the face of such power, what is Knights Templars?" Chaos narrowed his eyes, lowered his head, and remained silent. "You said you didn't slaughter the garrison of Zhongzhou State." Angel took a deep breath, stood up and said slowly, "I don't believe it. No one believes it. But I can give you 3 days. Within 3 days, come up with a reason that everyone can believe. Your Excellency, I'll wait for your news." It was a long time. In the oppressive silence, Chaos also stood up. "You don't want to provoke Zhongzhou State." He looked at Angel. "Is it because of fear?" Angel pointed to the door with a poker face and said blandly, "No matter what, this is my order." Chaos twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. "I will try my best." He turned around and strode out of the bell tower. Angel looked at his back. His back was very straight and fearless. Fearlessness was precious, but sometimes it seemed extremely arrogant. Angel turned around and looked out of the window. The everlasting night outside the window was getting darker and darker. The sun had fallen, and it would not rise for a long time. Angel looked at it quietly and muttered to herself, "The arrogant will pay the price." Outside the bell tower, Chaos, who had walked out of the bell tower, was also looking at the light inside the bell tower and whispered, "The coward will lose everything." Was a small country. With an area of more than 20,000 square kilometers, it was even less than the smallest province in Zhongzhou State. Not to mention the whole world, even in Europe, or even limited to Eastern Europe, was not eye-catching. In the past 100 years, this was a country that had always been in a state of ups and downs, and it was also one of the small countries with the most frequent civil strife in Eastern Europe. At the most chaotic time, had 12 governments in 10 years, which was simply dazzling. This situation lasted until Zhongzhou State gave assistance. After Zhongzhou State helped the chaos slowly calmed down. At that time, at the delicate moment when the major forces in Eastern Europe checked and balanced each other and did not want to easily intervene in the chaos of Im, the assistance of Zhongzhou state was thunderous. The first army that appeared in Im was about 8,000 people, not many, but they were famous. After the troop codenamed Desolate Border returned to Zhongzhou state, they really went to Desolate Border, which was the predecessor of today's Border Control Corps. At that time, it was Li Honghe, the state-protecting war god of Zhongzhou state, and Li Guangtu, the two highnesses, who personally led the troops to support Im. The father and son stood in Im, faced the various means of many Eastern European forces, and finally nailed the garrison near the capital of Im. At that time, this was the first garrison of Zhongzhou state stationed in Eastern Europe. Later, Zhongzhou state used the Im garrison as a starting point and spent several years slowly building the Arctic Ocean Command that deterred the whole of Eastern Europe. So when it came to Im, the Li family, and Zhongzhou state, there were too many soul-stirring, heartwarming, or blood-boiling stories in between. Li Tianlan now led the Snow Dance Corps to Im. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that it was really a bit predestined. Perhaps because he knew all the stories of that year, Li Tianlan had been silent since he walked out of the airport. The motorcade entered the capital from the airport in silence, and then entered the garrison camp of Zhongzhou state. Terence, the deputy prime minister of Im and the foreign minister, had already confirmed the itinerary of the president and the prime minister. After booking the welcome dinner tomorrow evening, he left. Lieutenant General Cheng Huaining, the former commander of the Black Dragon Army of the Border Control Corps and the current commander of the Arctic Ocean Command, invited Li Tianlan to his study and said that he wanted to report on work. The logistics director of the Arctic Ocean Command began to arrange accommodation for the officers of the Snowdance Corps. After the attack, Zhongzhou state was furious, and the number of garrison troops in Im continued to increase. Now there were nearly 20,000 troops of Zhongzhou state stationed in Im. The exact number was 19,832. There were nearly 20,000 people in the garrison camp, but no one in the camp belonged to the garrison of the Arctic Ocean Command. At this time, it was the entire Snowdance Corps that was stationed in Im. The ordinary soldiers of the Snowdance Corps had entered Eastern Europe in batches before the high-level list was confirmed. As soon as the officers were in place today, the entire Snowdance Corps had begun to operate. Li Tianlan didn't care about the 9 officers. It took a process for the officers and the army to get familiar with each other, even if they were all elites. He followed Cheng Huaining to the study in silence. He sat down in silence. Cheng Huaining turned on the TV without saying a word and watched the recently popular Eastern European news channel. The two of them sat on the sofa, ignoring each other, without even a cup of tea. Cheng Huaining took out a cigarette and lit it. He didn't give it to Li Tianlan. He crossed his legs and watched the TV with relish. Li Tianlan sat there in silence, motionless and silent. Less than 5 minutes passed. There was a knock on the door slowly, neither fast nor slow. Cheng Huaining frowned and said loudly, "Come in, please." The door was pushed open. A slender and somewhat effeminate man walked in slowly with a peaceful smile. "Vice Marshal Chen?" Cheng Huaining stood up with a smile and shook hands with the effeminate man. Li Tianlan still didn't move. Chen Qinghuan, the vice marshal of the Snowdance Corps, walked into the study. A trace of displeasure flashed through his heart, but he didn't show it. He also knew that it was a little abrupt and unsightly for him to come over. But he was the vice marshal of the Snowdance Corps. In addition to the responsibilities given to him by Zhongzhou state, he also had other tasks. Cheng Huaining and Li Tianlan. Both of their positions were very sensitive. He had to know what they talked about and what arrangements they had so that he could play a role in the next action. Li Tianlan gave him the cold shoulder, so he could only put up with it. "Your Highness, General Cheng, what are you talking about?" Chen Qinghuan asked with a smile. "We're just watching TV. We didn't talk about anything." Cheng Huaining smiled and asked Chen Qinghuan to sit down. Chen Qinghuan rolled his eyes and glanced at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan still sat in that position. In a trance, his figure seemed to shake slightly and become more and more illusory. Chen Qinghuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned and tentatively called, "Your Highness?" Cheng Huaining smiled but didn't say anything. He looked at Chen Qinghuan with a well-concealed mockery in his eyes. Chen Qinghuan's face changed. He suddenly walked over and reached out, as if to put his hand on Li Tianlan's shoulder intimately. His palm fell, but he touched nothing. His palm passed through Li Tianlan's body. Li Tianlan's figure shook in the study and then disappeared completely. Chen Qinghuan froze and turned to look at Cheng Huaining. At this moment, he vaguely seemed to understand why he hadn't seen the legendary bodyguard beside Li Tianlan since he got off the plane. Because he didn't see the two deputy commanders of the Snowdance Corps, let alone the two sword masters of Mount Shu. "What are you thinking about, Vice Marshal Chen?" Cheng Huaining asked with a smile and pointed to the TV. "Watch the news." In the news, the dignified and beautiful host was telling about a mysterious attack in Reki City, the capital of Wulan State. Cheng Huaining was watching the news. Jiang Qinyan was also watching the news. The Eastern European news channel was really popular. At least the superpowers in Eastern Europe were paying close attention to this channel every day. The losses after the attack tonight had been sorted out as quickly as possible. The manor plus the club. Situ Songyue and Tribulation attacked at the same time. Less than 80 of the 400 elites survived. Nearly half of the elites of the Jiang family of South America stationed in Reki City were lost. This result made Jiang Qinyan lose all his good mood, but he didn't know who to vent his anger on. He brought the remaining 70 or so elites with him. The Rekvia family had rearranged a manor for him. Back in the manor, Jiang Qinyan stared absent-mindedly at the Eastern European news on TV. His eyes were cold, and he wondered if he should report the loss to his elder brother. In the news screen, the faces of Jiang Qinyan and Schenker, the current patriarch of Rekvia, flashed in the picture. Soon after, the news skipped, and the backs of Im and the Snowdance Corps appeared. It was the backs. Jiang Qinyan snorted heavily and muttered to himself, "The Qin family." He took out his cell phone and was about to dial when the doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Qinyan frowned and picked up the intercom device beside him. "What's the matter?" "Second Master, Mr. Schenker is visiting. He has entered the manor." "Schenker Rekvia." Jiang Qinyan froze. He had no reason not to pay attention to his strongest ally in Eastern Europe. He put down the phone, stood up and said, "I'll go down and pick it up." He quickly went downstairs. When he walked out of the main villa, he could already see the lights of a row of motorcades. The motorcade stopped in front of the villa. Schenker, the patriarch of the Rekvia family, who had just parted with Jiang Qinyan, got out of the car with a smile and shook hands with Jiang Qinyan. "Mr. Jiang, the Snowdance Corps has entered Eastern Europe." Schenker chuckled. "I know." Jiang Qinyan nodded. "But there is one thing you may not know. In the sequence of the Snowdance Corps entering Im, there are very few heavyweight experts missing. At present, we can't determine their." Jiang Qinyan. Before Schenker finished speaking, a flat voice suddenly sounded. The voice was so far away and so real, as if it were close to the ear, clear and calm. There were only 3 words in the title. But as the word "in" fell, the whole night sky shook. Jiang Qinyan, Jiang Qinyan, Jiang Qinyan. The empty night seemed to suddenly become a mountain wall, and the clear and empty voice kept echoing in the night. Schenker's words disappeared in Jiang Qinyan's ears. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the night sky in the distance. The night was deep. A little dot appeared in the deep night. The white dot was very clear, as if it were carved in the illusory night, sharp and clear. The white dot was moving. With incomparably arrogant killing intent, it covered the entire manor. The white dot quickly drew closer, and in a trance, it was like a meteor piercing the darkness. "Come!" The white dot began to expand and turned white. Wherever the white passed, it instantly drew a 100-meter-long shadow in the night sky. "Kill!" The white turned into a figure, dressed as white as snow. "You!" The sword light condensed around the white figure. "It's," as the voice fell. In an instant, the overwhelming sword intent surged above the whole sky, like a waterfall flowing straight down, like a raging tide rising to the sky, mighty and roaring. There was no raging fire, no thunder, no void. There was only sword intent. A silver light appeared in Jiang Chenyan's sight. In the sword intent all over the sky, everything around him seemed to disappear completely. The manor, the lawn, the fountain, the lights, everything seemed to exist, but it was so unreal. Even the white figure became illusory. Only the silver sword light that filled the night sky and tore the whole sky was so clear. Between reality and illusion, there was only one sword, moving forward with indomitable will. No words could describe this sword. This sword appeared quickly and abruptly. The silver edge ran through heaven and earth, and Jiang Chenyan could not even judge the power of this sword. Under the huge threat of life, he instinctively grabbed Shankar beside him and retreated at full speed. The silver edge became the only thing in the night. The silver light drew a straight line without any detour and rushed into the villa in an instant. Boom! The surging sword intent exploded amidst the flying dust and stones. Lights, blood, gravel, smoke, and the wreckage of cars and appliances were mixed together. The sword light turned into a wave of air that swept hundreds of meters around with the smoke and dust. Wherever the wave of air passed, the surrounding lawns and fountains were completely destroyed. In the sword intent that was hot but without fire, the original green manor turned into a desert in an instant. Countless corpses were torn into blood foam and flew out. Jiang Chenyan pulled Shankar to watch this sword, and his face became completely distorted. The figure that rushed into the villa was covered with smoke and dust, blurred. But the clear footsteps accompanied by a loud heartbeat kept ringing in the smoke and dust. Who is it? Shankar stared at the smoke and dust in front of him with a pale face. He swallowed and suddenly roared. The smoke and dust slowly flew into the night sky. The blood fell slowly to the ground with the stones. Rekvia's second manor became a ruin again and a desert at the same time. In the chaos, a snow-like white dress slowly walked out of the smoke and dust ruins. The clear and flat voice sounded in the night with the surging sword intent, echoing throughout the nearby world. Chapter 410. Zhongzhou State, Litanlun. On this night, the name seemed to echo over the whole Reki city. The voice was clear and bright, spreading in the air and deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. The blazing sword will dispel the coldness of the night. Blood fell, dust rose into the air, and the sword chi surged in the air. Thus, the rising dust turned into a storm, sweeping up the smell of blood and blowing through the entire manor. In the chaotic flying dust, that figure slowly walked out, appearing in everyone's line of sight. White clothes, silver sword. Through the dust, the figure in Jiang Chenyan's sight was blurred, but he could clearly feel the unparalleled sharpness of the other party. His facial muscles twitched and trembled, and for a moment he looked extremely complicated. He really didn't expect Li Tianlan to be here. He also didn't expect that after Sai City, the revenge of the Snowdance Corps would come so soon. He just saw the news. How long had it been since the entire Snowdance Corps arrived in Eastern Europe? Calculating the time, the other party killed him without hesitation as soon as he got out of the airport, without even a moment's delay. The other party was obviously prepared. Jiang Chenyan's eyes gradually became ferocious. If the surprise attack of the two highnesses of Sai City tonight was a slap in his face, then Li Tianlan's sword was the second consecutive slap. Situ Tsangyue and Situ Wanjie. The two invincible realm experts hadn't made a move in front of him, but now such a young junior directly killed him with a sword. If he still couldn't respond tonight, where was the face of the Jiang family of South America? A powerful country valued power. A wealthy family also valued power. Like the Wang family of Beihai, their power had lasted hundreds of years of invincibility and glory. The Jiang family of South America, on the other hand, had hundreds of years of cold-bloodedness and deceit. Lan. Jiang Chenyan suddenly laughed. His voice was so soft that it was almost a whisper, but the resentment and coldness in it came to his face. It was particularly cold. From any standpoint, Jiang Chenyan had a reason not to let Li Tianlan go. In the decisive battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, the Jiang family of South America plotted against the Samsara Palace. Not only did they lose soldiers and generals, but even one of their hidden pawns in the killer world was killed by Li Tianlan. Jiang Chenxia. In the final battle of Heaven Capital, it should have been his most glorious stage, and it was also the glorious moment of the Jiang family of South America's invincible family. As a result, evil died, and the Jiang family of South America's plan failed. Qin Weibai, on the other hand, was a woman that Jiang Chenyan truly appreciated and even loved. But his goddess had belonged to Li Tianlan a few years ago. As for tonight, Li Tianlan once again made him lose face. New enmity, old enmity. Jiang Chenyan's killing intent rose to its peak in an instant. The new highness of Zhongzhou State, a 22-year-old with the combat capability of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan was very strong, and his martial arts were very special. But no matter how strong and special he was, he only had the combat capability of the invincible realm, not even the real invincible realm. This kind of strength was quite good in the entire dark world. But was this the reason why Li Tianlan kept coming to get revenge on him? Jiang Chenyan really laughed. He was angry, but at the same time, he found it extremely ridiculous. Today, Jiang Chenyan seemed to want to say something. But Li Tianlan did not give him any chance at all. All the grudges were laid out there for everyone to see. The vows were still vivid, and everyone could hear them. Li Tianlan gave his name. Now that he could do it, why talk nonsense? The sword intent was hot and ethereal. The silver edge of the sword shone with a sharp light. Li Tianlan raised falling stars in his hand for a moment. The smoke-filled night sky seemed to suddenly change. From illusion to reality. In an instant, the sword energy soared into the sky. The violent sword intent, centered on Li Tianlan, suddenly burst out in a continuous stream. The sword was not condensed, but it directly covered the whole place. Jiang Chenyan's expression suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "How dare you?" His roar rang out in the sword intent, but then disappeared. Jiang Chenyan put down Shankar Rekvia beside him and pounced directly on Li Tianlan. He saw the purpose of the sword. Although the sword covered Jiang Chenyan, most of the sword energy was spreading toward the surrounding elites of the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Chenyan's figure passed through the sword intent in a rage. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Li Tianlan. The sword intent spread out in the blade of falling stars. Li Tianlan suddenly laughed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from Jiang Chenyan's sight. At the same time, in Reki City, outside a luxuriously decorated resort in the west of the city, two exceptionally charming middle-aged men and women were standing in front of the door, quietly watching the lights in the resort. The interior of the originally extremely relaxing resort was now filled with a tense atmosphere. Under the lights, this area was completely in a state of alert, as if it was facing a great enemy. Even the burly security guards in the resort were solemn and respectful. Look at the situation. The Jiang family is making a lot of noise in Eastern Europe. If it weren't for the low temperature, I would have thought we were in South America. The middle-aged man with a long sword on his back squinted at the lights in his line of sight and chuckled. This was a man who looked very good when he smiled. His facial features were handsome and gentle, and even his eyes seemed to be emitting a strong smile. Me? The man looked at the woman beside him and smiled. Or you? I'm in a hurry, the woman said in a flat tone. No need. Before the man's smiling voice fell, the woman beside him had suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the woman's figure appeared directly over the resort. The air over the resort suddenly twisted. The airflow roared wildly. In the almost violent momentum, the sword intent continued to hover all the way up. A vortex with a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared in the dark night. Let's hurry. Only then did the man's voice fall completely. The resort's security guards had noticed the abnormality of the man and the woman. A pair of security guards came over cautiously. Suddenly, they saw the woman disappear and subconsciously froze. The night in the resort seemed to be getting darker. The smiling man's whole body had been completely infected by darkness. So in the security guard's sight, even the man's body disappeared. Only a kind reminder sounded in their ears. The wind is rising. The wind suddenly rose over the resort. Eastern Europe, which was already cold, seemed to cool down suddenly. The huge whirlpool in the air was still spinning, but it was no longer tangible and intangible. The entire whirlpool began to freeze in an extremely short period of time. The frost filled the air and quickly melted. Amidst the strong winds, heavy rain appeared above the resort. The fierce wind and heavy rain swept down without warning. The heavy rain was like a sword. The raindrops fell, but they did not hit the ground. Instead, they hit everything unscrupulously as the wind blew. The sword-like rain refracted shadows all over the sky in the night. For a time, the whole resort was full of sword-like rain whistling. There was chaos in the resort, and the strong fire rose in the heavy rain. Before the elites of the Jiang family of South America stationed here had time to gather, the darkness had quietly enveloped the light and filled the entire manor. The sword-like rain fell more wildly in the darkness, and shrill screams rang out continuously. In the deep darkness, the fire occasionally lit up for a moment and then went out completely. Only the blue lightning of the thundershocking realm could maintain its own light in the darkness. But somehow, the moment a few thundershocking realm experts held up the light quickly disappeared in the darkness. The experts of the fire-flaming realm of the Jiang family of South America began to gather. More than a dozen experts of the fire-flaming realm gathered together. The moment the fire broke through the darkness, the dazzling light came instantly with terrifying heat. Light and darkness alternated repeatedly. In the extreme light changes, everyone in the Jiang family of South America was in chaos. Light and darkness were intertwined and perfectly integrated with the heavy rain all over the sky, turning into a storm mixed with several kinds of sword intents. The storm almost flattened the whole resort. In the shadow of death and shrill screams, a male voice with a smile sounded in the air, gentle and kind. Snowdance Corps, Han Chongyang Yun Qinshi, send you on your way. Han Chongyang liked to talk. On this occasion, he knew that his second senior sister would not speak, so he simply said it for her. The heavy rain and the light blended completely. Phantom sword, intangible phantom of Mount Shu. Yin and Yang sword, Yin and Yang formless of Mount Shu. The sword energy blended together and spread wildly in the center of the resort. From beginning to end, no thundershocking realm expert of the Jiang family of South America took action. In the war in the Dark World, the number of people was indeed an advantage. But to exert this advantage, the experts in their own camp also needed to temporarily contain the enemy. No thundershocking realm expert of the Jiang family of South America took action. A group of elites of the fire-flaming realm and the ice-condensing realm faced the sword intents of two half-step invincible realm experts without any preparation. In the messy scene, it was almost a complete massacre. In the extremely chaotic scene, a horrified voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Jiang Yunxi was killed. Mr. Dark Knight is dead. Mr. Tong is dead. Horrified voices rang out one after another. Jiang Yunxi, Dark Knight, Mr. Tong, they were the three thundershocking realm experts stationed in the resort. One was at the peak of the thundershocking realm, and the other two were at the stabilization phase of the thundershocking realm. Not only them, but in the resort, some experts at the peak of the fire-flaming realm also died silently in the chaos. Yin-Yang sword intents and phantom sword intents were very strong. But the two kinds of sword intents blended, and it was absolutely impossible to wipe out these experts at the peak of the thundershocking realm and the fire-flaming realm so easily. After losing these experts, the elites of the Jiang family of South America in the resort had no room to resist in the face of the horrible sword intent falling from the sky. Assassin! There are assassins! The sword intent was flying and spreading. The blade in the dark seemed to be assassinating the fewer and fewer experts of the Jiang family of South America one by one. The chaotic camp completely collapsed, and the elites of the Jiang family of South America began to flee in all directions. As if to match the words of Han Chongyang, the phantom sword master, another clear and polite voice sounded in the night. But in the ears of the elites of the Jiang family of South America, it was like a demon's whisper. Cool breeze and drifting cloud of Sai City send you on your way. This is the first half of the chapter. I can't write anymore. I have a terrible headache and feel dizzy. I can't continue to write well. If I can't write well, I'd better write less. Chapter 411. Late at night on August 7th. In the darkest night before dawn, when everyone was still thinking about what would happen when the Snowdance Corps entered Eastern Europe, Reki City, the capital of Wulan State, had completely fallen into chaos that had not been seen in decades. A large number of elites of the Jiang family of South America were stationed here. So the strongest experts of the Snowdance Corps also appeared here. No one had expected that Zhongzhou State would act so quickly and without warning. A few hours ago, Eastern Europe was still a stagnant water with only occasional storms. With the arrival of the Snowdance Corps, the wind had not risen and the clouds had not surged. In the calm without wind and waves, in an instant, the heavy rain was majestic, abrupt, violent, sharp, and ruthless. The revenge came so quickly and without warning. The list of high-level members of the Snowdance Corps was not a secret to the dark forces. So as soon as the Snowdance Corps appeared in Im, some major forces in Eastern Europe had noticed that the Snowdance Corps was missing several heavyweights. But Li Tianlan appeared in front of everyone. So no one would think much about it. So when everyone felt that something was wrong but could not tell what was wrong, the Snowdance Corps' most ruthless revenge against the Jiang family of South America began directly in Reki City. Li Tianlan was moving. Cool breeze and drifting cloud were moving. The Yin and Yang phantom was moving. In a military base in the east of Reki City, the Jiang family of South America was also moving. The Jiang family of South America had stationed nearly 800 elites in the east, west, south, and north of Reki City, but 3 sides were attacked tonight. When he received the signal for help from the resort in the west of the city, Jiang Xiu, the person in charge of the east of the city of the Jiang family of South America, began to gather people for rescue without hesitation. Jiang Xiu was in his 40s. He had no code name and was not famous in the dark world. But as an expert cultivated internally by the Jiang family of South America, his status in the Jiang family of South America was not low at all. In terms of blood relationship, he was the cousin of Jiang Qiansong, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Such a relationship was closer than the relationship between Jiang Qiansong and Jiang Qianyan. He was a real direct descendant. This time, the Jiang family of South America sent nearly 2,000 elites into Eastern Europe, which could be regarded as the vanguard force to open up the situation in Eastern Europe. If Jiang Qianyan was the well-deserved number 1 figure in this force, Jiang Xiu was the second in command of this vanguard force. His strength was not strong or weak in the ranks of the half-step invincible realm, but he was absolutely difficult to deal with. His combat capability was not outstanding, but he was a master who was good at defense. This was also the reason why Jiang Xiu still dared to go over to help when he knew that the experts of Zhongzhou State who raided the west of the city were Cool Breeze, Drifting Cloud, and Yin and Yang Phantom. Naturally, he was no match for the 4 of them. Even defending himself was difficult. But at this moment, the 200 elites stationed in the military base in the east of the city with him were the most elite 200 people that the Jiang family of South America had invested in Eastern Europe. With such a lineup, even if they could not win, they could at least delay the 4 from Zhongzhou State. Reki City was the base camp of the Rekvia family. The cooperation between Rekvia and the Jiang family of South America had always been close, so at this time, Reki City was also the base camp of the Jiang family of South America. The chaotic city was like a net at this time. The Jiang family of South America stood on the top of the net and could see the whole situation clearly. The 2 highnesses of Sai City had left. Li Tianlan, the commander of the Snowdance Corps, was holding up Jiang Qianyan recklessly. Cool breeze and drifting cloud. Phantom Yin Yang. Two top assassins whose deterrent power was no less than that of the half-step invincible realm, plus two half-step invincible realm sword masters of Mount Shu in Zhongzhou State, were slaughtering other elites of the Jiang family of South America stationed in Reki City. Everything was crystal clear. Jiang Xiu knew Jiang Qinyan's strength very well. In this year's holy list, Jiang Qinyan ranked 5th. With his strength, if he went all out, it would take him no more than 20 minutes to kill a young man in the invincible realm. The distance between the east and the west of the city was slightly closer than the distance between Jiang Qinyan and the west of the city, about 10 minutes. That was to say, as long as his side stalled the 4 experts of Zhongzhou State for half an hour, Jiang Qinyan, who had killed Li Tianlan, would rush to the west of the city. At that time, the 4 masters of the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State would face the invincible power of the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Xiu sorted out his thoughts. When the elites of the Jiang family of South America gathered, his smile was a little twisted. The Snowdance Corps acted decisively and ruthlessly. The revenge came quickly. First, it was Sai City, then the Snowdance Corps. 2 consecutive slaps in the face, crisp and loud. But it was not over. If the commander of the Snowdance Corps and the 2 deputy marshals all died here tonight, who would be slapped in the face by all this? He considered all the possible variables and suddenly said, "Come on. Go and get General Criso." Criso was the highest officer of the military base called Flying Bird. He was an old general in his 50s. He was old but firm, and he was a confidant of the Rekvia family. Although Wulan State had a land area second only to snow country in Europe, its military was relatively chaotic, especially the setting of some sensitive departments, which made people feel that it was neither fish nor fowl. The Flying Bird military base was stationed on the outskirts of the capital. Its duties were similar to those of the garrison of Zhongzhou State, but the duties on the surface were somewhat vague. Anyway, the Flying Bird military base was stationed in the Wulan State. They could be said to be the most elite army in Wulan State. Tonight, if they could join hands with the Fainio base, the strength of the military would be enough to suppress most variables. In the case that the Snowdance Corps only aimed at the Jiang family of South America, it was difficult for Wulan State to send troops. But General Criso was a confidant of the Rekvia family. In this country where the army headquarters was full of too many inside stories, as long as General Criso nodded, the army of the Flying Bird base could rush into every corner of Reki City in the fastest time. General Criso did not need to be invited at all. However, before Jiang Xiu could leave his line of sight, an old general in a military uniform with grizzled hair walked over with large strides. The Jiang family of South America was directly stationed in the military base of Wulan State, which was enough to show the close relationship between the Jiang family of South America and the Rekvia family. At this time, the Jiang family of South America was attacked, and the Rekvia family naturally had no reason to remain silent. Therefore, for the sake of the 2 million euros that the Rekvia family had just transferred to his account, the old general, who had less than 2 years left in his term, faced Jiang Xiu and went straight to the point. "Mr. Jiang, if the Jiang family needs help, the Flying Bird Corps is willing to provide military support." Military support and firepower support were sometimes 2 different concepts. At least in this case, it was a different concept. At the moment when the threat was not big enough to threaten the life and death of his country, no general dared to order artillery to bombard his capital. Even if the general wanted to go crazy, the 2 million euros that Rekvia had just transferred to his account was not enough to support his fantasy. So military support was at most human support. That's great. Jiang Xiu laughed happily. He had an ordinary appearance, and his eyes were a little small. When he laughed, his eyes almost became a slit, but the looming sharpness came out from his narrowed eyes. He looked at the old general's military uniform and whispered, "It's just your clothes. This is our own country, and our soldiers have the right to wear military uniforms." General Criso's expression was serious and dignified. At present, a group of thugs has brought a great threat to the security of Reki City. Mr. Schenker of the Rekvia family believes that our army should appear at this time, so as to enhance the confidence of the people. This was undoubtedly a bunch of nonsense that sounded a little interesting, but in fact, it was meaningless. However, Jiang Xiu listened with relish. When the old general's voice fell, he finally couldn't help laughing and even made a military salute of Wulan State. I admire the bravery of your military. This is something that many governments lack. The elites of the Jiang family of South America had gathered. More than a dozen military trucks rumbled over. In the night, the lights of the trucks were on. The bright lampposts passed through the darkness and illuminated the darkest night before dawn. It's my duty, General Criso said calmly and then waved his hand. The elites of the Jiang family of South America and the elites of the Flying Bird base began to act at the same time. The swift and vigorous crowd rushed into the trucks one by one. The old general made an inviting gesture. Jiang Xiu shrugged and followed him into the truck at the very front. The general drove in person. The charging march of Wulan State sounded in the bass. In the passionate music, more than a dozen trucks full of combatants roared out of the Flying Bird base in the night. Money was a kind of power, especially the euro. This power inspired General Criso's infinite pride. In the roar of the engine, he seemed to think of the countless extraordinary years in his military career. His face was solemn and serious. The truck rushed forward under his control. Turn left. Outside the Flying Bird base was a narrow, flat path with an obvious slope. This kind of road was built outside the military base. Although it was a little inappropriate, it did have extraordinary military significance. More than a dozen trucks swooped down from a high place under the leadership of the old general, getting faster and faster. From a distance, they looked like a group of mad cows rushing down the hillside in the night. The lower the truck went, the steeper the slope became. The lights illuminated the flat road in the distance. In the truck, the general was talking to Jiang Xiu about the heroic deeds in his military career in high spirits. Wulan State had a land area second only to snow country in Europe, but it had been in constant turmoil in history. The financial order was chaotic, and the military and political systems were in disarray. There were some problems that were not fatal but could not be ignored. In a sense, the Rekvia family, which was based in Wulan State, was listed as one of the top 4 wealthy families in Eastern Europe, but it was not a top wealthy family in the whole of Europe, which had something to do with the overall environment of Wulan State. In such a country where even the establishment of the special warfare system was controversial, the power and blame of soldiers, especially senior soldiers, were somewhat vague. Criso was an old general, so he had a lot of achievements to show off. Jiang Xiu listened very respectfully and occasionally echoed a few words, but he had begun to outline the plan after tonight in his mind. The 2 highnesses of Sai City had left. Tonight, although their side was caught off guard by Li Tianlan, after they reacted, there was almost no possibility of failure with their strength. Did this mean that the Jiang family of South America could restart their plan to plot against the Samsara Palace 3 years ago? The current Samsara Palace had shrunk a lot compared with 3 years ago, but Li Tianlan's status was also extraordinary. If they controlled Li Tianlan, not only would Qin Weibai be in the Jiang family's pocket, but the remaining power of the Samsara Palace would also join in. Moreover, they could also take back the murderous weapon, the Legend of Qin, which they had lost 3 years ago, and even Blue Sky Underworld. They could also indirectly influence Zhongzhou State. In the dim car, Jiang Xiu's pupils gradually glowed. Criso drove and Jiang Xiu sat. One was recalling the past. The other was looking forward to the future. In a trance, a somewhat thin figure seemed to appear on the path that was about to reach the end. The truck was very tall. The figure was thin and dry, standing in the middle of the road, lonely, like a blade of grass. Jiang Xiu glanced at it casually and was about to ignore it when he suddenly realized that there was indeed a person standing there. His line of sight suddenly focused. In his sight, it seemed to be an old man with sparse gray hair and a stooped body. It was a very humble posture, but as the truck swooped over, he tilted his head slightly and frowned. An indescribable sharpness and violence came over in an instant and almost filled the entire car for a moment. The truck rolled over. Jiang Xiu saw the old man's face. It was a face that was a little weathered but very strange. Jiang Xiu frowned and didn't have time to speak. Creak. The harsh sound of brakes rang out in an instant. The path was steep. With the braking ability of the truck, such a brake was simply a disaster. But Creso didn't seem to realize this. He stared at the old man in the middle of the road, his pupils dilated, and his ruddy face, which had been stimulated by the lofty sentiments in his heart, gradually lost its luster, became pale, and then deathly pale. The galloping truck barely stopped less than 20 meters away from the old man, and the glaring light shone on the old man's face. But the brakes in the back were too late to react, and one after another crashed into each other. The light trembled in the collision, and a dull, loud roar sounded. General Creso's body also began to tremble. #%, and an asterisk, the general opened his mouth, but only a very vague and unclear syllable came out of his mouth. His expression was extremely complicated, but it eventually turned into pure fear. At this moment, the old general suddenly thought of an Eastern noun. Karma. He felt that he had really received his retribution. Just 5 minutes ago, he was sitting in the truck and talking to Jiang Xiu about his great achievements many years ago. In his boasting, he talked about the Arctic Ocean Command in Zhongzhou State and how he stood his ground against the opinions of the masses when the Arctic Ocean Command planned to station troops in Wolon State. He even went to war with Zhongzhou State and defeated the Li family, which was at the height of its power at that time. Jiang Xiu did not refute this. He knew very well why the Arctic Ocean Command did not set up a garrison base in Wolon State. It was entirely because of the opposition of Snow Country and many European powers, and it had nothing to do with Wolon State. However, Creso was very happy as he spoke. When he was boasting about this, he never thought that he would meet the protagonist who led the army of Zhongzhou State to march into Wolon State a few minutes later. When the Arctic Ocean Command was established more than 20 years ago, it was the two highnesses of the Li family, who were at the height of their power in Zhongzhou State, who went to Eastern Europe together. That was the confrontation between the Li family and the major forces and the major European powers. There were wars and games in such confrontations. In the war of that year, in addition to the two highnesses of the Li family, there were also some equally dazzling figures. And the person who appeared in front of him at this time could barely be regarded as one of the protagonists who had established the foundation of the Arctic Ocean Command. He had set out from Im with 600 elites of the Li family in a day and a night. Along the way, he had cut through the borders of 3 countries, repelled the obstruction of several superpowers, crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers, and directly attacked Wolon State. When countless experts in the fire-flaming realm, the thunder-shocking realm, and even the half-step invincible realm turned into a rain of blood in front of him, the 600 elites were like an unstoppable wildfire that could almost sweep the entire Wolon State. At that time, General Creso was still very young, and so was the person in front of him. After many years, General Creso almost thought that he was hallucinating when he saw him again. His face had already changed a bit. He looked older and more exhausted, and his body was no longer as straight as before. However, as his killing intent rose up, a familiar feeling washed over him, as if everything that had just happened seemed like it had happened yesterday. In front of the vehicle, a person blocked the whole road. The old man frowned and looked at the motorcade in front of him. He didn't feel familiar with everything in front of him, nor did he sigh with emotion. The killing intent kept rising in him, getting stronger and stronger. All of his essence, chi, and spirit seemed to have reached the peak state in an instant. Creso's body trembled violently. Instinctively, he scrambled out of the truck and ran back. The huge volume caused by the thunder-shocking realm expert resounded through the night sky. The order was simple and straightforward. Flying Bird Corps, retreat. Retreat. The shrill voice spread out in the night. In the chaos, the old man seemed to take a step forward. He still did not recognize the old general who was prominent in Wolon State. He did not have any feelings of revisiting this city again. He didn't like it back then. Eastern Europe was too cold. It was so cold that there was no mortal world. When he took a deep breath, it seemed to be the smell of glaciers. Now that he came here again, he didn't like it either, and he was a little uncomfortable. All these years, he had been in the desert. The desert was too hot. Eastern Europe was too cold. Neither of them was a good place. The old man's palm was burning. The orange fire was extremely hot, dispelling the chill. The flame rose, and the color gradually turned blue. Then it turned blazing white again. The color changed again, but the fire never changed. Flying Bird Corps, retreat, retreat. That's Fire Man. The old general's hoarse roar reverberated incessantly. Jiang Xiu frowned. He felt that the name Fireman was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. But he didn't intend to be merciful to this guy who dared to block his way. He controlled Li Tianlan. The Jiang family of South America had a very brilliant future again. Jiang Xiu was sure to win. At this moment, no matter who stood in front of him, he would crush them. Jiang Xiu's face twisted for a moment, and he jumped directly from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. Countless violent thunderbolts surged around him and rushed out of the car. The air was twisted and pushed forward under the thunderbolts. Boom! Under the huge force, the truck at the front suddenly flew up completely. The huge force drove more than a dozen trucks up. The truck convoy was like a mad cow, condescending and desperate to crush the old man. Fireman? No matter who he was, he had to die. The flames in Fireman's hands changed from pale white to orange again. Countless trucks soared into the sky under the influence of the lightning and smashed down violently. It was as if they had filled the night sky one after another. It was a terrifying sight. The distance between the two sides was 20 meters, and they were almost reached in an instant. 15 meters. Fireman raised his hands. 10 meters. The fire was in Fireman's single hand. 5 meters. The killing intent in Jiang Xiu's eyes burst out completely. In his sight, the short old man lowered his body again and punched the ground. Boom! Under the deep night, the darkness within hundreds of meters disappeared in an instant. The entire Fanio base shook like never before. The existence of the night had lost its meaning. Fire was everywhere. The fire filled the ground, filled the air, and rolled into the sky. The immeasurable raging fire rose against the trend like a tsunami, and the flat path was completely lifted up by this punch. The whole road flew up. Sand, stones, trees, everything turned into a raging fire that condensed into substance. The raging fire surged like stormy waves beating the shore. One by one, the trucks that swooped down were completely swept away by the punch, exploded in the air, and turned into fireballs one after another. A large number of corpses burned for a moment in the fire. Under the blazing temperature, all the flesh and bones were burned into ashes. The ashes fluttered in the night, and it was hazy. The trucks disappeared. A large number of elites and troops also disappeared completely. With Fireman as the center, the whole road had completely disappeared. A huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters and a depth of tens of meters lay between Fireman and the Fanio base, becoming an impassable gap. The fire under the night sky began to fade. The night reappeared in the sky. The fire in the Fanio base was raging, and the burning ashes were sprinkled in the sky. The thick and white gray was like a mist. Fireman stood in front of the fire, looking at the light in front of him with a calm face. Only the fire was burning, and it seemed to never go out. This was a punch that he had been silent for many years. A punch at the peak. A punch that shocked the sky. This chapter and yesterday's chapter were originally one chapter. Put them together, they are not weak. But yesterday I really had a headache and felt uncomfortable, so I published it in 2 chapters. I can't afford to get hurt if I don't save the manuscript. Chapter 412. The ethereal but very real sword intent was still surging in the ruins of the manor. In the laughter, Li Tianlan's figure had completely disappeared in front of Jiang Qianyan. Without any sign of exerting force, as if he had just turned around, his figure had lost all traces. Only the sword intent was still condensing in all directions, endlessly growing. Jiang Qianyan's figure abruptly stopped in front of Li Tianlan. His figure stopped, but the surrounding space suddenly began to twist and shatter. The void domain continued to extend. The ruins suddenly quieted down. The ruins disappeared, the smoke disappeared, and in the extreme silence, only the horrible darkness spread silently. But Jiang Qinyan still did not perceive Li Tianlan. He frowned tightly and suddenly thought of a person, or rather, a piece of equipment. 4 spirits armor, Azure Dragon of Zhongzhou State. For many years, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State had gone through countless battles and finally created the 4 spirits armor, which was famous in the Dark World, for the 4 spirits generals of the Terracotta Army. The most important material of the 4 spirits armor was cloud silk, which was priceless in the Dark World. The value of cloud silk was not only its warmth in winter and coolness in summer, but also its extraordinary defensive power. It could absorb nearly half of the attack of an ordinary thundershocking realm expert. This meant that most of the attack power of a fire-flaming realm expert would be absorbed by cloud silk, and even a little of the power of an invincible realm expert would be absorbed. A little was very little. But in the battle of the invincible realm, a little of it might determine the ranking of the divine and holy lists, or even life and death. In the Dark World, top inheritance, special physique, and suitable martial arts were all conditions for people to defeat enemies of a higher realm under normal circumstances. Similarly, there was hardware in the Dark World that could improve people's strength. The most famous was the famous 12 murderous weapons in the Dark World. Any murderous weapon could almost have the deterrent power equivalent to that of an invincible realm expert. Below the murderous weapons, treasures like cloud silk were also hardware to improve strength. Li Tianlan had a cloud silk shirt given to him by Samsara Palace. This was no secret. It was also no secret what the function of Azure Dragon armor of Zhongzhou State's 4 spirits armor was. Azure Dragon General Gong Sun Qi's Azure Dragon armor was improved by the Dongqing clan, and it used a technical concept that the Dongqing clan was still ahead of the world in terms of military affairs. The most advanced optical camouflage technology. Gong Sun Qi was very strong. As the #1 person under the invincible realm who was recognized by many in the Dark World, he could find his position even in the holy list when he put on the Azure Dragon armor. He might not win against an invincible realm expert, but he was absolutely invincible. Optical camouflage. As long as there was light, he could disappear into any corner without leaving a trace. This was the technology of the Dongqing clan. The relationship between Li Tianlan and the Dongqing clan was also no secret. The Dongqing clan repaired the damaged cloud silk robe in the shortest time and used their optical camouflage technology. What Li Tianlan was wearing was almost another 4 spirits armor. A touch of seriousness finally appeared in Jiang Qinyan's angry and cold eyes. Gong Sun Qi was known as the first person under the invincible realm. He was the strongest among all the superiors of the half-step invincible realm. And the top superiors of the half-step invincible realm had the so-called combat capability of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan might be a little worse than Gong Sun Qi, but he himself had the combat capability of the invincible realm. After putting on that damn robe, it was enough for Jiang Qinyan to pay attention to his existence. The void was still slowly spreading around Jiang Qinyan. The void domain of the invincible realm was dark and silent. But the domain of the superiors on the holy list still had light. The light was always there, whether it was light or dark. Where there was light, optical camouflage could disappear in any corner without a sound. The void domain kept spreading. Jiang Qinyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in the pitch-black and silent void. The gust of wind swept every corner of the void domain, and the cold airflow stirred the silent void. The whole domain suddenly fluctuated like a curtain. Jiang Qinyan perceived everything around him with no expression on his face. His will had been completely condensed to the peak, so the gust of wind in the void was getting stronger and stronger, and it had become a storm that almost rushed out of the domain. The domain of hundreds of meters became more and more manic under his control. In the constantly undulating darkness, Jiang Qinyan finally noticed a blurry, almost unnoticeable white shadow in front of him. The light flowed subtly on the white shadow. The clothes of concealment. An illusory person. Die. Jiang Qinyan stepped down and swung his fist straight up. Boom! A horrible sound suddenly exploded in the dark domain. The domain shrank wildly, and the void of 100 meters was condensed into a fist by Jiang Qinyan. The horrible killing intent rose into the sky. Jiang Qinyan's body rushed forward, and in the fist condensed with darkness, like a goshawk seeing its prey, he swooped down with all his strength. The wildly shrinking domain became darker. Under the shroud of darkness, the disappearing white figure finally became obvious and began to become clear. Li Tianlan raised his hand. Jiang Qinyan had realized in an instant that something was wrong. The white clothes in front of him were lifelike. But he had no weapon in his hand. When he saw this clearly, his body had rushed close. The loud sound of the void condensing and exploding began to dissipate. Jiang Qinyan's fist was already full of darkness as deep as ink. In silence, white shadows appeared in front of Jiang Qinyan one after another. They were all Li Tianlan. Lifelike Li Tianlan. It seemed that dozens of white shadows appeared at the same time, and then countless white shadows gathered together wildly and finally became 3 shadows. The 3 shadows surrounded Jiang Qinyan in the center in a triangle. The shadows raised their arms. None of them had weapons in their hands. Jiang Qinyan suddenly looked back. In the domain behind him, Li Tianlan stepped out of the darkness. He raised his long sword. The 3 shadows around Jiang Qinyan completely copied Li Tianlan's movements and raised their arms. In the silent and dark void domain, sword energy suddenly soared. Like a storm rushing into an empty room, the violent sword energy suddenly filled every corner of the dark domain. The sword intent was so mighty, so continuous, so majestic, so condensed. There was no shadow around Li Tianlan in the void domain. But 3 shadows had appeared around Jiang Qinyan. 4 white figures, like 4 lighthouses in the dark, lit up the darkness and guided the way of the sword energy all over the sky. Shadow formula. It was Tribulation's shadow formula. But now it could also be regarded as Li Tianlan's own shadow formula. The 4 white shadows connected the sword energy that filled the whole domain. The shadows and the real body seemed to be connected in a trance. Ferocious, swift, strange, yet exquisite. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qinyan attacked. He looked back instantly. Li Tianlan's offensive had covered the whole domain in an instant. In the dark domain, the sword energy around the 3 shadows roared wildly. With Li Tianlan's real body as the end and the shadows as the front, the sword energy all over the sky directly condensed into a vast sword that ran through the whole domain. The giant sword was fierce and fierce, spinning in the darkness. The whole domain began to twist and shake with the rotation of the giant sword. The rotating sword edge, like a collapsing pillar, directly covered Jiang Qinyan. The sword intent coexisted with the darkness. Jiang Qinyan stood in his own invincible domain, but he was cut by the opponent's sword intent all over the sky and bled. There were 2 roads to the invincible domain. One was like Kunlun City, the Jiang family of South America, and many superpowers in the West. They all created domains with their bodies and swallowed the sword intent with their domains. The other was like the Wang family of Beihai, the Li family, the Jifeng sword reigning school, and the purgatory of heaven capital. They followed the path of turning oneself into a sword and breaking the domain. Simply put, the former pursued a great ability to contain and control. The latter, on the other hand, pursued absolute destructive power. Jiang Qinyan was very confident in his invincible domain. But when his domain failed to restrain Li Tianlan well, he recognized the fact. He underestimated the young man after all. The sword energy all over the sky fell like a rainstorm. The rotating giant sword had reached Jiang Qinyan's head. Feeling the almost suffocating coldness, Jiang Qinyan's eyes were cold. The white shadow was still maintaining the sword intent around him. Li Tianlan's figure flickered and returned to the darkness again. Jiang Qinyan's expression changed. Without hesitation, he suddenly raised his palm and punched the void. This was his domain. It was his void. It was made by him and could also be destroyed by him. The whole dark space suddenly paused in silence for a moment. The vast and distant darkness was completely torn apart in an instant. The domain that covered hundreds of meters of space exploded completely. Darkness and sword energy broke out at the same time. The two forces were entangled and colliding. In the ruins that restored the night, the sword intent and darkness intertwined, and light emerged. Two streaks of blood appeared in the chaotic ruins. Jiang Chenyan fell from midair and stood on the ground. He bent down subconsciously and swallowed the blood gushing from his throat. In the corner of his eyes, Li Tianlan's white clothes had been completely stained with blood. His figure fell to the ground, staggered back, and then disappeared into the night again. Anger, coldness, resentment, and jealousy. All the negative emotions disappeared completely in Jiang Chenyan's eyes. His eyes were black and white. In his clear and indifferent eyes, there was only killing intent shining in his pupils. The most naked killing intent. Covered in blood, he punched again. It was still a clear and powerful fist. His movements were firm and steady. After realizing Li Tianlan's strength, Jiang Chenyan no longer held back. This was his first battle since he entered Eastern Europe. His opponent was a junior. It was disgraceful, but as long as he could kill him, everything was absolutely worth it. His body leaned forward slightly with the outstretched fist. Their tightly clasped arms splattered sparkling blood in the night. Jiang Chenyan's eyes were full of killing intent. Under the killing intent, there was concentration. The punch seemed slow, but it couldn't be stopped. The punch went forward. However, the entire space was swept back along with his punch. In all directions, east, west, north, and south. All the surrounding space seemed to be completely imprisoned by the punch and moved closer to him. The space was not in the dark. Instead, it became a blur of color. Only the fist seemed to be slowly enlarging in the shrinking space in a trance, as if filling the whole world. The most powerful unique technique of the Jiang family of South America. 30-meter mortal world. The evaluation of this unique technique in the dark world might not be as good as that of the 10th unique domain. But its talent was no less than that of any unique technique. In the dark world, when all the domains of the invincible realm focused on expansion, only the 30-meter mortal world pursued shrinking. It shrank smaller and smaller. Jiang Qiansong, the patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, performed the 30-meter mortal world. Although the domain around him was not really 30 meters, it was infinitely close. In the domain of 30 meters, Jiang Qiansong came and went with power comparable to that of a god. Jiang Chenyan couldn't do this, but he could barely shrink the domain to about 60 meters. In the domain of 60 meters, a full blow of the invincible realm was enough to destroy everything. This was the true meaning of the 30-meter mortal world. When the domain shrank, the force of a full blow would be greater. A huge force gathered in all directions. Jiang Chenyan's fist was still stretching forward. In a misty luster, Li Tianlan's figure appeared most clearly in the 30-meter mortal world. The domain kept shrinking. 150 meters. 100 meters. 80 meters. In his sight, Jiang Chenyan's fist seemed to become very big. But it was all an illusion because of the huge power of the punch. Li Tianlan's figure gradually became difficult. Under this punch, his figure was limited, and he couldn't get away at all. Li Tianlan didn't want to go either. The domain of the 30-meter mortal world forcibly controlled his body and seemed to collide with Jiang Chenyan's fist. Li Tianlan looked up. His eyes shone brightly. He raised the blade of falling stars in his hand. In the overwhelming pressure, a clear whistle that could pierce through gold and crack stones sounded in the misty domain. The pressure from all sides pressed on. Li Tianlan didn't retreat half a step. He raised the sword. Charge. No words could describe Li Tianlan's decisiveness at this moment. The silver blade rose with his body. The sword intent all over the sky was released and crushed by the domain of the 30-meter mortal world. But he still held the sword. The sword intent disappeared. But his whole person had become one with the falling stars, shining with sharper and sharper light. His figure rushed into the air and rushed to Jiang Qiansong. A sword stabbed straight. This sword was not the most suitable for him, but it was not a perfect martial art. It belonged to the Li family. It belonged to the 24 moves of sword. 21st blade shatter of land. The Li family's sword shattered the domain with sword energy. The shatter of land was the most aggressive sword move against the domain of the invincible realm. It went forward with indomitable will. The domain was still shrinking. 50 meters. The distance of 50 meters was extremely short. The white clothes and the silver sword seemed to be burning in the domain, triggering thunder. But in the end, the sword was still the sword. With a silver light, the sword blade slammed into Jiang Qianyan. Jiang Qianyan held out his hand. The domain compressed wildly in front of him. A mass of air appeared in his hand. Falling stars stabbed the mass of air directly. Boom! The whole domain shook. Jiang Qianyan's face suddenly turned pale. Blood burst out of Li Tianlan's body. The mass of air that was condensed to the extreme dissipated wildly. Falling stars in Li Tianlan's hand gradually trembled, and the straight blade gradually bent. Jiang Qianyan's eyes flashed with coldness. Li Tianlan's eyes were still as bright as stars. In the process of falling stars bending, he suddenly laughed. The Li family practiced swordsmanship, which was known to the world. But it seemed that it had been too many years, so long that everyone had forgotten, or rather, neglected some things. The Li family originated from Zhuanyuantai. Zhuanyuantai originated from the Lin clan. The Lin clan originated from the ancestors of the Lin clan. But when the amazing ancestor created the 24 moves of sword, he used a set of punching techniques. Even if many people in the Li family had never practiced that set of punching techniques, neither did the Lin clan. That set of punching techniques was very powerful. But many of the most powerful unique skills were recorded in the Invincible Manual. For hundreds of years, except for that ancestor, Li Tianlan seemed to be the only one who had practiced the Invincible Manual. Falling stars bent to the limit, disappeared in an instant, and became the silver bracelet on Li Tianlan's wrist again. Li Tianlan was in the air. The misty darkness shrouded the domain of the night. His bones vibrated wildly, and the sound was like a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar suddenly sounded, accompanied by raging fire and thunder, going straight into the sky. This was the predecessor of the 24 moves of sword. The 72 styles of Dragon Fist of the Lin clan and the Li family. Dragon Fist, flying dragon in the sky. Raging fire and thunder expanded wildly in the domain, raging everything. In this late night in the misty domain. Reki City, Eastern Europe. The Li family, which had been silent for more than 20 years, seemed to shine again. The light burned on this young man, who was only 22 years old, and turned into a flame that seemed to never go out. Chapter 4:13. No matter what it was, anything that could exist for a long time and be passed down was definitely a classic. It was the same for martial arts. The most classic, the most basic, the simplest, and also the strongest. Hundreds of years ago, before the Li family existed, the founder of Zhuanyuantai in Zhengzhou State was the ancestor of the Lin clan who could compete with the Chosen One. And what laid the foundation for Zhuanyuantai was the 72 styles of Dragon Fist. Majestic, exquisite, strange, swift, fierce, feminine, all-encompassing. The ancestor of the Lin clan spent most of his life simplifying the 72 styles of Dragon Fist into 24 moves of sword. It was the 24 moves of sword that had been circulating for hundreds of years and made the Lin clan and the Li family look down on the dark world for hundreds of years. Before the 24 moves of sword reached the advanced level, the unparalleled kung fu of that ancestor was able to compete with the heavenly sons was the Dragon Fist. The Lin clan lived in seclusion. The Li family was silent. For a long time, the glory of Zhuanyuantai had been dim for many years. The brilliance of the Invincible Manual in the record of War God of Zhuanyuantai would be completely extinguished. The dark world without the Li family was lonely. But after the loneliness, one would eventually forget. That night, A very ordinary time, a very ordinary place. Just when everyone was about to forget the sharpness of the battle god catalog, accompanied by lightning and flames, the strongest martial path in the battle god catalog, the most ancient ultimate art, suddenly erupted with the most resplendent light. Dragon Fist, Soaring Dragon. In the domain of the 30-meter mortal world, Li Tianlan's body suddenly stretched out. Every bone and muscle in his body was madly vibrating the dual wind and thunder veins in his body. Thunderbolts and flames spread all over the domain with his body as the center. The raging fire kept burning, and the extremely dazzling blue thunderbolts raged in every corner of the domain. It was still inconvenient for Li Tianlan to move. But under the crazy vibration of the dual thunder veins, Li Tianlan's every move carried extreme strength and speed. The sword intent of the Shatter of Land had not dissipated, and the remaining sword intent was trying to support the domain. After the domain shrank, it began to expand toward the surroundings, covering a larger and larger area, while the air mass condensed on Jiang Qinyan's fist was getting smaller and smaller. Li Tianlan strode forward. The air mass in front of Jiang Qinyan swirled wildly, desperately suppressing Li Tianlan. The silent domain began to rumble. The void, which had comprehended the power of resistance, began to condense and become heavy. All the heaviness was pressed on Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan kept moving forward. The space in the domain turned into a hurricane that blew in the opposite direction. The hurricane grew stronger and stronger. Li Tianlan moved forward against the wind. His movements became slower and slower, and the pressure on his body increased. Even his movements began to change. But his footsteps didn't stop at all. He carried the mountains, the sea, and the whole world on his back. The cloud's silk robe fluttered backward, and the robe behind him fluttered in a cold arc. Blood gushed out of Li Tianlan's body. The light on his body grew brighter and brighter. All the lightning was gathering towards him. In Jiang Qinyan's sight, Li Tianlan's figure spilled blood. Before the blood fell, his figure had completely disappeared. In front of him was a ball of light wrapped in lightning. The arcs of light were pulled out by the hurricane of the domain, forming patches after patches of light. However, he did not stop moving forward with great difficulty. The two of them were very close. Jiang Qinyan, with solemn and serious eyes, took a deep breath and shook his arms. In his hands, the majestic air mass rotated and turned into a huge vortex in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qinyan pushed the huge vortex forward one step. Li Tianlan's figure became clear without warning. The distance between the two had been reduced to less than 3 meters. At this distance, Jiang Qinyan could clearly see the wounds all over Li Tianlan's body. He could also see that the wounds on his body were constantly tearing and healing. Jiang Qinyan's pupils shrank sharply. In his sight, Li Tianlan's body was extremely clear. But he was missing an arm. His right hand was full of light. The purest, most dazzling, and most violent light. It seemed that endless light gathered in his right hand, vast and majestic. In a trance, Jiang Qinyan only felt that the other party seemed to be holding a surging ocean in his hand. Li Tianlan raised his arm. In Jiang Qinyan's domain, his movements seemed slow, but he couldn't be stopped at all. The vortex in front of Jiang Qinyan pushed him toward Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan didn't dodge at all. His right hand smashed down. With a punch condensed with light, he smashed into the very center of the vortex. Crack! It seemed to be an extremely grand and absolutely light sound. It sounded like something was breaking. Everyone's eardrums hurt fiercely. Domain, thunder, flame, hurricane. Even Li Tianlan and Jiang Qinyan's bodies stopped abruptly. Outside the domain, both the remaining elites of the Jiang family of South America and the elites of the Rekvia family were desperately fleeing. The figures of Jiang Qinyan and Li Tianlan appeared in the night. That domain swallowed the night, almost solidifying. Everything in the domain seemed to be still. Li Tianlan's punch condensed with thunder passed through the center of the terrible vortex. The whole vortex turned blue in stillness. Li Tianlan's arm rushed in and collided with Jiang Qinyan's fist. The vortex was huge. so it looked like Li Tianlan's whole body rushed into the vortex. Crack, crack, crack. In the strange stillness, centered on the domain, countless subtle sounds began to appear in all directions. The elites of the Jiang family of South America and Rekvia fled desperately. Cracks began to appear on the ground of ruins and corpses. The cracks spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into bottomless ravines. The bright but misty domain of silence lit up for a moment. The whole domain fluctuated like water. In the domain, Li Tianlan moved. The strange stillness suddenly turned into an absolute explosion. His whole body rushed directly into the vortex caused by Jiang Qianyan's all-out blow. The blue thunder and blood dyed the whole domain. Boom! In the loud noise that went straight into the sky, the whole vortex collapsed completely under Li Tianlan's impact. 30-meter mortal world, known as the strongest unique skill of the Jiang family of South America, began to break. The most thorough explosion. Countless misty lights flew in disorder. In the earth-shattering noise, the domain was completely broken, and the huge force rushed out of the domain completely out of control. The huge force raged in the sky and on the ground. Within hundreds of meters, the thick and hard earth was completely lifted up, and the deep surface turned into smoke and dust in the thunder and flames. As the burst domain blew into the distance, the ground of the whole manor kept crumbling and collapsing, or directly rushing into the sky. Li Tianlan was close to Jiang Qianyan. The ground was collapsing and sinking. Ruins and boulders rushed into the sky and smashed down. The sky was full of thunder and flames. In a scene like the end of the world, Li Tianlan was attacking desperately. Flying Dragon was in the sky. Until the moment the domain broke, the dragon fist led by the huge force really went straight into the sky. The night was not dark. There was dazzling light everywhere. Thunder and fire kept gathering behind Li Tianlan. In the collapse of the earth, a high wall made entirely of thunder and fire seemed to form behind Li Tianlan. The high wall was hundreds of meters high, with an amazing momentum that towered into the clouds. The light of thunder and fire intertwined, spread, and rose on the wall, turning into a vision that could be seen by most of the city. The speed and power of the dual wind and thunder veins had been exerted to the limit. The dragon's roar spread far away. Thunder and fire surged behind him, and as he waved his fist, they instantly turned into countless dragon-shaped beams of light. From a distance, on the high wall made entirely of thunder and fire, dragon-shaped beams of light shot out from behind Li Tianlan and desperately pounced on Jiang Qianyan. In the light, Li Tianlan's broken white clothes loomed in the raging fire, illusory. He was unarmed, but when he waved his hands, there must be dragon-shaped beams of light around him. The majestic power turned into giant dragons intertwined with thunder and fire. The high wall was still blazing, and the dragons flew around Li Tianlan, turning into a gorgeous and majestic picture. Jiang Qianyan had no idea that Li Tianlan's counterattack would be so violent. He was not familiar with the dragon fist. But at this moment, among the countless dragon-shaped phantoms, he finally saw the once familiar Li family. The dragons of thunder and fire rushed over and were constantly smashed by Jiang Qianyan. Li Tianlan moved forward. Without any defense, he ignored any injuries. All the fighting intent poured out in the most incisive way in the brandishing of the dragon fist, turning into an instinctive desire to attack and kill. The power kept bursting under the night sky. All of Jiang Qianyan's counterattacks fell on Li Tianlan, but they couldn't make him retreat. His strength was indeed not as good as Jiang Qianyan's. But the dual wind and thunder veins, the long-lost dragon fist, the absolutely focused will, and the optical camouflage on the cloud's silk robe allowed him to seize the initiative at the cost of serious injury at the moment when the domain was broken. Now all he needed to do was to attack. In everyone's sight, the earth had collapsed and disappeared, and countless boulders melted in the high wall of thunder and fire as soon as they rushed into the sky. The high wall was moving forward. Li Tianlan was moving forward. Jiang Qianyan was retreating. Countless dragon-shaped thunder and fire rushed out of the high wall in the dragon's roar, surrounded Li Tianlan, and pounced on Jiang Qianyan. The huge force distorted the air. In the crazy attack, Jiang Qianyan was completely crushed by Li Tianlan and suffered the opponent's merits in a sorry state. With the battlefield of the two as the center, the whole manor had collapsed and disappeared. Water rose from the ground and quickly gathered. The former manor had been beaten into a lake tens of meters deep. As the two passed, waves of water surged into the sky and turned into an ice wall in front of Li Tianlan. An invisible and immaterial storm surged in front of Jiang Qianyan. Li Tianlan didn't care about anything. He didn't even look at anything. He only attacked. The ice wall, the storm, the rising boulders, the condensed thunder, and everything. Li Tianlan chased all the way, and any obstacle in front of him was smashed and torn. The whole night was trembling in such a violent attack. This was the momentum of a warrior. It was the momentum of the peak, crazy and insufferably arrogant. No retreat until death. Dragon fist, heaven falls and earth rends. Li Tianlan's fists, like heavy hammers, hit Jiang Qianyan's arms hard. The moment the violent momentum rose into the sky, the high wall behind Li Tianlan, which was almost a kilometer high and disappeared into the end of the night, shook. The dragon's roar grew louder. It was even a little tragic. The high wall of fire suddenly collapsed with Li Tianlan's fists. Countless rays of light fell fiercely, like a long river falling from the sky or the Great Wall falling from the sky, almost overturning the whole world. It was earth-shattering. This was truly earth-shattering. The nearly 1,000-meter-high wall burned the night sky and slammed into the lake below, like a mountain crashing into the pond. The water of the whole lake rushed up but was instantly burned out in the raging fire. The deep pit still existed, but the water instantly disappeared in the falling thunder and fire. The lake turned into a desert in the blink of an eye. Only the dragon-shaped light was still flying around Li Tianlan, desperately chasing after Jiang Qianyan. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Fire and thunder fell completely from the sky. The dazzling light dimmed for a moment. Li Tianlan suddenly took a small step forward. In the twinkling of an eye, countless shadows appeared under the light all over the sky. Catalogue of God of War, Night Walking. Night Walking did not reach Jiang Qianyan's back, but it was close to Jiang Qianyan's body in an instant. This was the closest the two had ever been to each other. Less than a meter away. Li Tianlan's figure suddenly leaped into the air. His body tightened, his bones and muscles contracted at the same time, and his dual thunder veins were fully extended. The dragon's roar in the night sky was unprecedentedly louder, shaking the sky. Li Tianlan stood in the air, connecting heaven and earth. There was no light in his eyes, no anger, no killing intent. There was only tranquility and deathly stillness left in them. In a trance, a nearly transparent light lit up around Li Tianlan. The light suddenly straightened around him and spread to the sky and the earth. The light connected heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, all the thunder and fire were instantly absorbed by the light. Li Tianlan reached out and clenched his fist, seeming to hold the whole transparent light. Jiang Qianyan suddenly looked up. An unconcealable look of horror appeared in his eyes. Soundlessly, the ray of light descended. Jiang Qianyan seemed to be completely locked up, and there was nowhere to escape. Li Tianlan held the light in his palm and suddenly fell in midair. The light was not in the shape of a dragon, but the overwhelming dragon's roar came to him. Li Tianlan's momentum suddenly rose to the limit. This was the last move of the Dragon Fist. The fatal punch. Dragon Fist. Remove armor at the sight of the dragon. In a trance, Li Tianlan's thoughts went back to Mount Qingyun more than 3 years ago. At that time, Mount Qingyun was still open to the public. At that time, Mount Qingyun was still regarded as a fairyland by outsiders. In the somewhat unfamiliar sight, he saw the white mist shrouding Qingyun Temple on Qingyun Hill, and similarly saw the old monk in the white mist. He saw the old monk's body slowly dissipating. As he muttered softly, the old monk said something that was exactly the same as his current ultimate technique. The dragon will look up, remove armor at the sight of the dragon. Boom! Late at night in Eastern Europe, Li Tianlan's body fell in midair. The misty white mist instantly rose around him, enveloping the night. Li Tianlan's body became more stretched in an instant. The dual wind and thunder veins reached the perfect state the moment the white mist appeared. His willpower also reached the perfect state. His fighting intent rose to the peak. His strength, speed, willpower, sword intent, and fist intent were completely sublimated. At this moment, Li Tianlan was unprecedentedly powerful. He was even more powerful than when he entered the invincible realm in East Island. This was the real strength of the divine list. It was a punch close to the peak of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan waved his fist. His arm smashed down directly. Puff! The change came suddenly. When he was at his most powerful. In his power. When his speed, willpower, and sword intent were fully integrated, an inexplicable pain spread through his body in an instant. Li Tianlan's momentum fell from the peak to the bottom in an instant. Nothing unexpected happened. But this punch close to the peak of the invincible realm was restricted by his perfect body in all aspects. That kind of power existed in his body, but it couldn't be condensed. Instead, it flew wildly. He couldn't throw this punch. Instead, at the peak, he was seriously injured because of the restriction of his body. A mouthful of blood spurted directly from Li Tianlan's mouth. It was extremely scarlet. Spoiler ahead of time? Some brothers said that Jiang Qinyan would not die. If Jiang Qinyan does not die, what's the point of writing so many chapters? Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heaven Divine Emperor Mobile Version. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.